At 4:34 p.m., this meeting of the Mountain View Wisman School Board will be called to order. We will begin with a Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. And I will take roll of all the trustees. Laura Blakely.
Bill Lambert.
Devin Conley.
Laura Berman. Let the record reflect that all trustees are present.
Hey, Shelley.
Yes.
So we're in English and we're here in Spanish.
Yes. So to the interpreter, could you please switch to the Spanish channel on your interpretation? Thank you.
Gotta love Zoom.
Okay, we'll move on to approval of the agenda. Are there any trustee questions or comments regarding the agenda? Okay. From the actual agenda, when we get to consent,
There was one contract.
it's in consent, so we'll wait.
Okay.
Yeah.
So moved.
Wait, let me just make sure that there isn't any public comment. Any public comment on items on the agenda itself? Okay. Don't think so.
President Berman, wasn't there one item that we got an email about that was supposed to be pulled?
It's on the consent
Oh, okay.
agenda, so when we get to consent, we'll pull it then. Okay, in that case, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Great, on a motion made by trustee Blakely, seconded by, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The motion made by trustee Conley, seconded by trustee Blakely. This agenda has been approved unanimously. And now we will move on to the item. The reason why we have so many happy faces in this room today, we have our special recognition. Thank you to everyone for joining us. Ms. Vickard.
Thank you and good evening. As everybody knows, this is my absolute favorite board meeting of the year because it's the time that we celebrate all of you and all of those not able to be here tonight for the great work that goes on in our classrooms every day. And so the first item that we are going to celebrate tonight is actually our Teacher of the Year. And so I would like, without any further ado, I'm going to call her right up and then I'm going to speak about her. So I'd like to invite Ms. Erica Valle Guerrero. Yeah, stay here with us for a moment. So I have to celebrate the whole Vargas team too. They brought their great school spirit to honor and recognize and celebrate Erica in her moment to shine. So Erica is our Teacher of the Year. She's a first grade teacher at Vargas Elementary, and she has been known to warmly welcome the students to her classroom. She pays particular attention to the needs of her students, including providing rich visuals, bilingual supports, and clear routines and procedures that help her students know the expectations and helps them to be set up to be successful. Erica is consistently trying new research-based teaching strategies and asking for feedback so that she can grow and achieve goals for students in her classroom. She differentiates her instruction in a variety of ways and carefully reviews data to drive her RTI cycles. She cares deeply about the Vargas community, inside and outside of the classroom. I learned recently that she teaches a Mexican folk dance class after school, and students from different grade levels come together so that they can learn more about the dance and the culture. The Vargas team and the district are so proud of everything that Ms. Valle has done and appreciate all of her outstanding work. Thank you. All right, next, it brings me great pleasure to honor our classified employee of the year, who comes from Landals and Vargas Elementary. Please help me welcome Maria, better known as B class. Thank you. All right, so as many of you know, B has been a dedicated SCEF for many years in our district. She has been a true and tremendous support to students, families, and staff, going the extra mile so that everyone feels welcome and heard and supported. B welcomes new families to her schools, Landals and Vargas, and she pays particular attention to the newcomer families, helping them become familiar with the processes and procedures of the new school environment here. She makes sure that every student has what they need to be successful. She's been known to organize enriching activities that engage our families in school events and really enrich our students' experiences. The district, particularly the Landals and Vargas teams, are so proud of B and the work that she does. She's a tremendous asset to our school communities, and we appreciate her dedication and exemplary work. All right, thank you. And now, if I may, move on to honor years of service for the employees in our district. Okay, and I just have to say we've had an updated list. We had a little bit of a, a glitch in our first list that came to you. The updated one, board members, is on your desk and it's been uploaded to our intranet. And everyone whose name has been added has been notified. So hopefully everybody could make it today. I'm going to apologize that our names may not be in order, but I have named your pins so I don't miss anybody in their special pin. So if I call you out of order, please understand why. Okay. All right. So I'm going to start with 10 years of service, honoring 10 years. I'd like to invite Jihan Otsurik. Not here right now. Jessica Rodriguez. Congratulations. Iris Morales. All right. Maria Managbanog, also known as Lot. I don't see her here tonight though. Bettina Lee, are you here? From my Shelley Shea. Congrats. All right, Terry Lambert. Congrats. And Alicia Hicks. Thank you. I'd also like to invite Yumi Harris. And Nick Coffin. Natalie Gallagher. Leela Intezari. And Luz Aragon. All right, thank you. And now we'll move to 15 years of service. Well, this is a big deal. All right, and we have a lot of people with 10 and a lot more with 15 this year. So with 15 years of service, Lydia Ackerman. Shannon Arbildo. Gloria Arietta Calderon. Diana Zapata. Malcolm Axtell. Michael Brown. Reina Vargas. Timothy Cassell. Congratulations. All right, Maya Engelhardt. All right, Purvi Gandhi. Thank you. All right, Michelle Olagi. Next, we have Anna Orlovic. All right, and Joanne Pedrosa. Congratulations. All right, Sunitha Rao. All right, and Maria Rosas. Vern Taylor. All right, and rounding out our 15-year crew is Jose Tepete. All right, thank you. Okay, we're gonna move now to 20 years of service. I know, it's amazing. All right, our first person with 20 years of service this evening is Trisha Willis. Next, we have Jean West. We have Pauline Walsh. And Isabel Ramos Navarro. Thank you. Next, we have Carmen Osorio. And Jenny Gatterlin. And finally, with 20 years of service, Carol Abrahamson. Okay, we're not done yet because I have another package of 25 years of service. It's pretty amazing. All right, with 25 years of service, I'd like to start with Teresa Coughlin. And I thought for sure I saw Teresa outside. No? Okay. Becky Escobar. All right. Donna had to take, sorry, Hatakeda. I knew I was going to say that wrong. Okay, next is Dolores Lopez. All right, and Maria Ornelas. Thank you. And last but not least in this group is Jackie Scharf. Okay, and if 25 years was not enough to be excited about, we have one more envelope to celebrate one person in our district celebrating her 30th year this year. I know, it's pretty exciting. True testament to to being here in the district and longevity. Teresa, come on, I'm not gonna make you wait any longer. Teresa, thank you so much. And I just want to say you all are such a true testament to the amazing culture, climate, and work group we have here in our district. I'm proud to be a part of a team like this. Thank you. Okay, and now that we've celebrated all of your years of service, it brings us to the time that we're going to celebrate the people who are bidding us farewell to move on to other exciting things. We're going to honor a few retirees this year. Okay, first, with 22 years of service in our district, I'd like to welcome Norma Amesqua. Sorry, is Norma here with us tonight? I know there were a few people who couldn't join us. Okay, so what I would like to say, hopefully she's watching at home. Norma has given 23 outstanding years of service to the child nutrition department in our district. She has worked so hard to make meal service successful, giving continued support to the district's objective to feed a nutritious meal to all students. Norma spread joy every day with a smile, and she made sure that students picked up their fruits and vegetables, for sure. Norma, you will always be remembered for your dedication and your tremendous demeanor. We really hope that you enjoy your retirement and every moment of the next chapter in your life. Congratulations to you. All right, next I would like to invite Kathy Cooper to come on up. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm so happy you're here.
Thank you.
All right, don't leave though. We need to talk about you and celebrate you.
Well, we're pals.
Yes, I know.
Negotiating it out.
That's so true. Thank you. All right, so I have to say, Kathy has joined the district back in 2006. Over the last 17 years, she dedicated her career to the success of all students as a special education instructional assistant. She was an essential member at the Graham Middle School team and offered invaluable support to the teachers she collaborated with in the classroom and to every student she touched. Additionally, Kathy was an active member of the California School Employee Association, contributing her ideas and suggestions to both colleagues and administrators, myself included. I have to say that I enjoyed tremendously working with her as a member of the negotiating team and during her time on the reclassification committee. Kathy has always been there with a helping hand, and she'll be missed greatly on campus and throughout the district. Kathy, we wish you endless joy and amazing adventures in your retirement.
Thank you.
Okay, next, I am honoring two teachers, but I need to speak about them as one. Okay, so forgive me for doing this, but I'm going to join the two. Half of the two is here tonight. The other half is celebrating elsewhere. But I'm going to call this the congratulations to Mrs. Nicoridis. Okay. Kathy Nicolino and Paula Doridis have been a partner team in our district for a number of years. And I think they are well known as such a tremendous partnership team. And I want to celebrate both of them together. I know Kathy couldn't be here tonight, but Paula is. And so please come on. Come on.
So forgive me, I'm gonna talk about
Don't leave, okay? And I really, I feel like I can't truly speak about one without the other. So if it's okay, I'm going to speak about you together, okay? So Kathy and Paula have come to the district with a decades-long friendship. They worked together for so many years and have become a truly connected fixture at the Landville's community. Mrs. Nicolino with over 20 years of teaching experience and Mrs. Doridis with nearly 40 years are quite inspiring to everybody. Kathy and Paula have stated that through the years of working together, they've developed an unconditional bond, challenging each other and always being there to support each other. They have come in energized every single day. They quickly make adjustments when there are challenges or changes. That's a hard task individually as a teacher, and even harder when you're on a job share, but somehow they've managed to do it amazingly. Mrs. Nikoritis, I can't even say that, but I'm going to say it anyway because I know that's what people call you, is really committed to checking in with kids and making sure that they are really truly feeling good about school and about themselves. They have demonstrated over the years how much they care about students and their community. And now it's time for two of them to celebrate their retirement. And I've heard through the grapevine that they're celebrating a trip to Italy together to start off the year. And so I truly hope that for the both of you, life brings you amazing adventures, and I wish you all the best in your retirement and your next chapter of your life. Thank you.
I just want to say, maybe some people know this already, but we actually didn't start as teachers in this district. We started as students. So we both started at Huff School in the 60s and went through the system here. So this is been a long journey for us. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next retiree is not able to be with us this evening. She wishes she could be, but is unable. She actually retired with us at the end of last year, but missed our celebration. So we're celebrating her tonight. Miss Lily Gian was a teacher in the ELA department at Graham Middle School. She taught with our district for 24 years, teaching language arts, ELD, and RTI at Graham. She left our district at the end of last year after our recognition event, so we want to make sure we recognize her. Great work with us. I remember visiting her classroom and seeing her students engaged in small group lessons during RTI time. I remember the joy she had when students got those aha moments and when she saw them making progress. Her dedication to her students was always visible and noticed in her actions and in her smiles. She has been missed this year, and we wish Lily all the best in her continued retirement. All right, I have one more, and I haven't seen Marina here unless she's hiding from me. Marina Romano is our last retiree of the evening. So Marina started her career in our district 28 years ago as a health assistant before she became a member of the business department as a purchasing specialist. And she left us with her most recent position of account technician for. She started that job in 2012 and has been there ever since. Marina has been a great resource and an integral part of the success of her team. In her interactions with both her colleagues and the community, she always exhibited sensitivity, compassion, and a lighthearted attitude. Marina, you have been a brilliant member of our team and had a brilliant career, and we wish you a fantastic retirement. Enjoy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, before I move on to our final comments, I just want to see if there's any public comments. So just give it a second. Looks like we don't. I just want to thank everyone for your service, to our retirees, our years of service stars, to our staff members of the year. Thank you so much for your service to our students, to our community, to our families. You really are just the heart and soul of every single one of our schools. So thank you so much, and kudos, and have a lovely summer. Thank you. Trustees, any other comments?
Here, here.
Okay, and with that, we'll take a 5-minute break and we'll come back in 5 minutes. Thank you.
10 years, that's amazing. Doesn't seem that long.
I noticed I was the only one without a mask, but since I'm going to Europe tomorrow, it doesn't matter because I'll be able to go.
How long you going?
We come back on the 14th, is that a Tuesday? Yeah, I'm sandwiching between school board meetings, so I'm gonna miss graduation.
Where are you going?
The UK.
Nice.
We have a bunch of friends there. My new court partner, we're gonna see him and he's gonna stay with us. And the guy who introduced Dave and me, who was a college buddy of mine, he is on sabbatical at Oxford this year and has a 4-bedroom house. So Todd, my new court partner is gonna come because, you know, we all know each other in our 20s. Gonna come and yeah, and we've got another couple that Al and Peter Barnes that were in this district. All used to substitute and her daughter was teaching at mine. They just moved back to England. 2 of their kids are living in England and Peter just retired and he's British. So yeah.
Great trip.
Yeah, I know. I slacker. Oh, there we go. Oh, good. This one's, oh, good. Do you have any travel? I know you have traveled. This one is missing a, yeah, liquidy thing.
You need one? I have more.
Well, that'd be great because I only have these two parts. I wonder what happened to the extra one. They always come two. Does this one have a double? I don't know. So do you have anything lined up?
That's it. Taking dog and married to Puerto Vallarta.
Oh, okay. Wait, you had mentioned that. When are you going?
Early August.
Oh, well, reach out to me if you want any more tips, or have you already gotten it done?
Laura, like your advice for me is like so good. You know, I could stay at the hotel you went to. That was a
I
great.
love that place. Yeah, Lucin, Yucatan. So when we went last year, I think I told you this already. We went with a couple of families. Our next door neighbors have a high school senior and an older kid. They came and his girlfriend, and they brought this other family. You know the Livnot, Sarah Livnot? She's got a high school senior, but also some younger kids. And so we rented this really big place that was great for 3 families. And she had organized some things for the kids that they did not end up doing. Andy, my guy, was sort of, taking the high school kids to the bar and letting them not have 2 drinks. But, we had fun when we were, but she had lined up a bunch of stuff. So I'm happy to try to get her tips. Yeah, because she's got a middle schooler and 2 high schoolers.
Is that where you did the online Zoom meetings and the board meeting?
Yeah. No. That was Oaxaca. Sorry.
Okay, we are back. And we are going to move on to item 3, the consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be approved in one motion. Do we have comments or questions around the consent agenda?
Yep, staff would like to pull item D. That was a mistake.
Okay. Item D, it will be pulled. Any other comments or questions?
So I would like to have item J pulled.
Mhm.
I would like to propose that we discuss that at a future board meeting.
Okay.
I think there's a lot of subjects to cover there that deserve our discussion.
Thank you, Trustee Lambert. Okay, so I have items D pulled and items J pulled.
So just for clarification, we are coming back with a Measure T update, but this was at the end of after the debate of the last meeting. Staff said that they would compile a report and submit it. So we're just submitting the report so that you had it. We turned it around within 2 weeks time, but there is at the beginning of the year, we can include it as the item.
I just wanted to make clear that, to the public that we're sort of accepting the report and not approving the report.
Right.
We will discuss it.
Right.
Later time.
But that would mean that we need to pull it. It's just clarifying that it's a report only, correct?
Yes, this is just a report and all but the first part of the report, which is just a summary that we created, have already been submitted to the board in previous items. So it's just us compiling some other items together and pulling together, but we'll make sure it's included in the Measure T update. It doesn't make us a difference. We should have put in and that this was at the end of the debate about Measure T and Measure G. I simply said we would submit a report about the 2 programs, and we just quickly pulled it together. So that was it.
Okay. So Trustee Lambert, do you feel comfortable with that? We'll include it.
I'm fine, yeah. We
Great.
keep it in there. We don't.
Yep,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's, yes.
If we're going to address it at the next meet or in a future meeting, actually, I would prefer that my recommendation to the board would be that we vote on the consent agenda items with that report removed, because including the report is it for me that the report that if there are board members who have questions about the report, I would like to vote yes for the consent agenda, but if it's included in the report without discussion, I'll have to be a no vote. So either we pull it for discussion or we put it in the next meeting, because it can be attached when we talk about Measure T. I just don't feel comfortable voting on it if it's not discussed.
Yeah, it's more of an informational item for trustees, since it sounds like this was a request to have this report put together, and this is the report, but we will definitely come back and have more time, devote more time to discussing it. So this is, I think, just so that the district has delivered on their promise to put a report together. But there's nothing to approve necessarily on it, just that we've received the report and we will have a discussion around it.
So I don't want to take any more time, but if it's included in the consent agenda, I'll be a no vote on the consent agenda. But that's fine. We can continue.
Okay.
So, technically you have, I was just clarifying for Trustee Lambert, you have a motion on the floor that you're going to have to make a decision on. Either it gets second and it dies, or it gets approved and then it's pulled. So no matter what, unless he rescinds his pull, you would need to it would come back up later on after you approve a consent. So it's not on consent right now unless Trustee Lambert pulls it. Rescinds his pull.
I'd say let's go ahead and pull it then.
I'd second that.
Okay. So if you're a member, it's coming.
Okay.
Yeah. If you are a member of the public, you would like to comment on the consent agenda, you may raise your hand in Zoom. Press star 9. We don't have anyone in Zoom. So, but we do have someone in the boardroom. Yes, Mr. Nelson, you have three minutes. This is live. Yes.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's a microphone. Just a moment.
Oh,
Oh, wait.
The light is on when it's on.
got it. Now we hear it. Yeah, item B, and I hope this can put in the minutes, is item B2. because that's what the particular one I'm addressing. The minutes to May 18th have an interesting result when there is the section that is reporting closed session items back into the public notice. And there's 2 votes, one of them which isn't reported out correctly. When there are public votes on settlements, the vote has to be publicly reported by name. And it says in the first item that was reported out in the May closed session that there was a settlement, and it said the majority voted for something. And then the next item, it says it was unanimous. Well, I don't think many of us, well, we might pick it because maybe there wasn't somebody who was actually in the closed session and voted. So you could have a unanimous 4 people were there and voted, and the 5th person wasn't there at all. So the legal requirements to avoid opacity is all votes of the board have to be publicly reported. So please make sure you do that in the future. And that means everybody, lawyers or not lawyers, can remind people if they're making a mistake, right? Because, we're all sort of learning this. Some of us forget things, we're in a hurry. But all members of the board have that responsibility. If the president forgets to report out what the actual vote was by name of the trustee, then I hope one of the 4 of you will remind the president of that. Unfortunately, I think I've given up on trying to convince the superintendent of knowing that as the secretary of the board, but who knows? I have faith in everybody being able to learn. Thanks.
I have a question. I'm looking at the May 13th special meeting minutes. There's no closed session. And May 18th, there's closed session item 8 just has one item 8A1, which was a conference with legal counsel, and no action was taken. So I'm not sure which meeting minutes are being referred to, because it's not the ones in this.
I might be confused. It might have been the previous one. Sorry. Sometimes it's hard to pull those up.
Okay. So there's a motion on the floor to approve the consent agenda with items D and J pulled. Can I just have a reminder of who made that motion? Or Trustee Lambert. Okay. And do I have a second?
I'll second. I have a comment about just for the record for board attendance for today that we couldn't make earlier, is that sometime in the street report, I'll need to step out to supervise the event at work, and then we'll return after the event. So just want to know my absence for the publicly in the record that I'll be absent for part of the meeting.
Okay. Do I have a second with the consent agenda approved with items D and J pulled? Second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Let the record show that the consent agenda was approved. 3 trustees approved: Trustee Lambert, Trustee Chang, and Trustee Berman, and 2 opposed: Trustee Blakely and Trustee Connolly. Keeping my name straight. And I'll just state that the reason that I approved of pulling it, I think we have this report. I really want to thank our staff for putting it together. I look forward to diving into the report and reading it thoroughly. So I definitely want to give an appreciation for the staff for turning that around so quickly. It is now in our possession, and we can have a discussion about it further, just like we shared in a little bit.
And President Berman, I'll just note that my no vote was because I did not agree with pulling measure G&T summary and background J, because it was a written report and we were merely receiving the report. We will be discussing it in the fall. Thank you.
And I was going to echo that. I am in support of all of the other items, including the acceptance of item J as a report. I feel like sometimes we should be receiving more reports. Sometimes it's some information that's helpful in writing, but I'm also glad this one probably merits more discussion and that there's a plan to discuss it in the
Yeah.
future.
And perhaps trustees, it just makes me think that maybe we can think through, I agree. I think reports are really wonderful. I think they give us really important information. Maybe it's just thinking through, does a report go under the consent because we're just merely receiving it? And maybe we'll do something about it later on. So perhaps that's a conversation for our retreat as well. Okay. Then we are going to move on to our study session. Dr. Rudolph?
All right. So tonight, staff is going to, and I'm going to be joined by a couple of other people who are leads on these particular projects. But we're going to talk about the strategic plan update and provide a summary of all the work that's been done. I think what's important to note is that over the last couple of years, staff has really been focused on COVID mitigation. So for instance, we spent most of our principals, even myself, Ms. Victor, Ms. Bauer, spent a lot of time actually testing kids to meet their state requirements as opposed to, really doing some of the work. And because of the turnaround on testing, there were some items, as we reported earlier, that sort of fell by the way. This year really reflected the first year that we were able to truly dive into the strategic plan and really get to work on some items. So, I think the thing we would like to say is like it's sort of a return to normal. What you're going to see here over the course of it is that there are several different areas that we're going to focus on, and we'll sort of talk about it. But just for everyone's edification, right? The strategic plan 2027 was developed right at the beginning and sort of went through the pandemic, and it was launched in 2021. This is really a second year of implementation, but like I said before, while we did some work on some items, the biggest bulk of the work actually came this year. And it was actually updated in March 22 to reflect the fact that there were some items that we just couldn't get to, and we wanted to sort of adjust and condense some items. There were also some different changes. So for instance, in the original strategic plan, the board was very clear that they wanted staff to come up with an after-school program for underserved kids. And then immediately after that, the state came out and developed the ELOC plan, which you'll hear about, which we've talked about a couple of times, right? And so there were certain initiatives that sort of changed the framework of the strategic plan. And so we wanted to update that. Another good example of it is during the pandemic, outdoor learning spaces was a top priority. And then as the pandemic and as we sort of returned back to normal, it didn't become as big of a shift. And then the board moved to greening the schools and sort of making them have more like a park-like feel. So we did refine and sort of adjust the plan to reflect some changes and consolidate different items. But the biggest thing I want to say is that the work that the team has done is really nothing short of amazing, in my opinion, in terms of getting us back on track and really refocusing us on the work at hand. And I just want to commend all of the staff for the amount of work that they've done to do this. So there are 5 different areas that we have. These are different than what we had before. Previously, we had sort of student achievement and then the achievement gap. We actually consolidated those together and brought those up with just instruction. You will see though, because the LCAP and the strategic plan sort of marry to each other, it is not that we're not focusing on closing the achievement gap or that we don't have defined metrics, but this plan is a little bit different in terms of its makeup and sort of where we were when we developed it. And so those metrics are still outlined in the LCAP, which coincides and actually aligns with this, and as well as the SIPSA plans, which are aligned. So what you will see, and I'm about to turn it over to the team, what you will see is that we will go through each particular item. This is sort of the new blueprint that we have. Again, metrics like 1 year's worth of growth, metrics like reducing the achievement gap by 10%, or increasing student achievement. Those are not captured here in this actual plan, but they are captured in the actual LCAP. So both documents sort of coexist together. Whereas the first strategic plan that we developed when I first arrived was very specific about certain metrics that we have, but we have so many more metrics now at our disposal that we felt like it was easier just to keep that in the LCAP as opposed to the overarching plan, which is the strategic plan 2027. The other good thing about this strategic plan is that it actually encompasses 2 LCAP cycles as opposed to 1. So remember, the first strategic plan was a 5-year plan. The LCAPs are 3-year documents. This one is 3 and 3 with 1 overarching plan. With that said, I'm going to turn it over to the team and let them talk about the great work that we're going to do and sort of the design and the planning that we've had first. So first up, we are going to jump directly into the Universal Data Protocol as well as the data cycles, which really is the amazing work that our team has done to build the multi-tiered system of support, so MTSS, which will strengthen our RTI approach. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Bauer and her team to talk about the work that we're doing here.
Hey, so good evening, trustees. So I'm going to share the work that we have accomplished this year as we have been developing our multi-tiered system of support. We started this work last year, and we rolled out the first phases of it this year. So our first phase really was our refocus on data and making sure that we're consistently looking at data to monitor student progress. And that's not just data, it's academic data, but that's also attendance data and behavior data, because all of those things are intertwined to help us understand how students are doing. So the first phase was the Universal Data Protocol and our data cycles, which were rolled out in July and August. We trained our principals during the leadership team retreat. We spent a majority of our time training them on how to use the protocol, and they actually had hands-on time looking at the data. And then they took the protocol back to their own staff in August. And then we worked with the principals over the course of the fall, and we held data meetings with each principal, members of cabinet, and the superintendent in December to learn about their data and their progress and how they were doing. We provided additional training to the leadership team on January 9th. And then the principals we provided actually that training at leadership team, and then the principals in turn provided additional training on January 9th. And really, data in the data cycles are the foundation of the MTSS system. Everything runs off of the data we collect and the data we analyze. So that was the first place we began. So we can go to the next slide. So our next step was developing the process for cost, or our coordination of services. And this is the purpose of cost is to support students' academic, social, emotion, and behavior needs when they're not responding to what's happening in the classroom, what's happening during RTI. And we're seeing over time through our universal data cycles and our protocol that students aren't making the progress we want to see. So this is a group at each site that comes together, that is going to be meeting twice a month to talk about students and their needs and to create plans for these students to help them be successful. And so we rolled this out in April of this year. So we trained our staff, and we asked the principals to train their staff and hold at least one cost meeting before June. And we are expecting this will be fully implemented beginning in August of next year. And it really replaces the old Kid Talk process. And the Kid Talk process was a way that sites got together to look at student data, but it wasn't consistent across sites. And we didn't have the systems in place to document it. And so now what we've done is we have fully integrated the cost process into PowerSchool. So it allows the sites to document student interventions in a consistent manner and track student progress. When a cost meeting comes together, there's a student profile page, and we're able to input all of the data from that meeting, and it allows us to follow that student over time. And we're not depending on sites to keep paperwork. So we'll go to the next slide. So we've also been working this year And I'll talk a little bit about student success team. We have developed that process. And we are going to roll that out. So you have data cycles, cost, student success team. So if a student is being brought to the cost team and they're still struggling, then it's time to bring them to a student success team where we then further involve parents and we look at additional supports. And that will be rolled out similarly to how we did universal data. We'll train the principals in July, staff will be trained in August. And the nice thing is this, again, is all fully integrated into PowerSchool so that we can consistently track student progress over time. We just held a feedback session at the leadership team meeting. We wanted our administrators to provide us feedback on how this process has gone. And so we're in the process of reviewing their feedback, and we will make some changes as we go into next year. And we do have everything on our district intranet, so it's accessible to all of our staff, and we have a comprehensive MTSS guide, which is continually updated. So that it's been a labor of love over the course of this year, but we're very excited about the work. And at this point, I'm happy to answer questions that you may have about MTSS.
And I forgot to mention that at the beginning. So because of how long this actually is, instead of you trying to remember all the questions and come back at the end of each section, we'll just stop and answer whatever questions you have about this particular item. And then of course, if you have questions at the end, we'll do those too. But we felt like instead of you hearing everything first and then trying to remember it, like it's better for you to just take the pause and answer the questions.
Trustees, do you have any clarifying questions around the MTSS and the cost model? No. Can you remind me who is the cost team? Are the team members the same, consistent from school site to school site?
They'll be mostly consistent. So you'll have your principal, you'll have your instructional coach, you'll have the school psychologist, and then there'll be some members that may change depending on what's the concern being brought by the student. So it may be the at-risk may attend, the SCEF may attend, the resource teacher may attend. So it's going to depend a little bit, but you will have a core group, and then you'll bring other staff members in and out as needed.
And what are the, I guess, I don't know if the word is trigger, like what is the trigger that will, have a teacher or somebody say, I should bring this student to the cost team? Is there something specific, or after a certain number of test results that they would be brought up to the cost team?
So we haven't put a specific number on it because we want, and I think that's a little tricky because I think each student is a little bit different. And so you may see a student really struggling with behavior, and that's really interfering with their learning. And so they really need to come to cost because the teacher needs extra support, how to support the student. What we have said to staff is that you have to take students through at least multiple data cycles and try different strategies within core instruction and intervention before we bring them to cost. We want to try different things with kids. Cost is that next level of, okay, so I've tried these things, here's the data I've collected, and this isn't working, so I need extra support.
Thank you. Any other questions? No. Oh, thank you, Trustee Conley.
Thank you, President Berman. Thank you very much, Ms. Bauer, for speaking about this. I am curious, so, we've had SSTs in the district for a really long time. So I'm curious how the retraining is different. And it sounds like cost in some ways might be similar to what the SST process used to be, but it's a process without parents present. So I'm trying to figure out how those pieces go together and how it's different than what we had in the past. Thank you.
Sure. So cost is that intermediate meeting. So it's the data cycles, the work that's happening in core instruction. And then if the student's not responding, then we go to cost to get more help. It's a collaborative meeting. We talk to our peers. We try to figure out some different strategies to support the student, to help them make progress. And then we have the student study team if the student is not responding. And in the past, we really haven't had a process like COST, which is a midpoint check-in. We would go from student is struggling straight to SST. And what we're trying to do is make sure that we're giving students lots of opportunities and lots of strategies to succeed before we go into a student study team meeting.
Thank you.
We also want to make sure that as we went through all of these steps, that we had a way to document interventions so that when a kid needs to be referred for special ed, it's been captured the whole way, which is why we integrated also into Power School, because last year when we did our assessment and we looked at practices from school site to school sites, we noticed that there were some inconsistencies, and at times that would hinder our ability to be able to provide the appropriate documentation to qualify a kid for special ed. So also part of this whole process is to make sure that's been documented the whole way.
Okay, and then how is the SST process different in the future than what we've had in the past?
So currently SSTs are not in Power School. So SSTs are done on paper at the school site. And so tracking, it's really a similar process in terms of staff getting together with parents, talking about a student's successes, talking about what we've tried and what we haven't tried, talking about next steps, what we're going to put in place to support the student, and then coming back to the meeting. So the process itself is the same, but what's different now is that the process will be documented into Power School. And so we can see and track what's happening with students, which we have not had that ability in the past. And so we've had situations where kids have been referred on for special ed assessment, and we can't tell if what's been done to support that student before that. And I think we want to, of course, identify any student that needs it who may have a learning disability of any kind, but we also don't want to mistakenly identify students. So this just puts more, gives us more ability to document what's happening and watch the student over time.
Okay, thank you.
I think I just want to share one thought I had, and maybe you have some, Ms. Bauer, maybe you have some input. I'm thinking about, you mentioned that it takes time for a student to be referred to the COST team, that, you want the teachers to try out different things. I'm wondering if there's some sort of like a net there, right? A net there to support the teacher, to make sure that they're catching any student that is really struggling and is capable of providing, that differentiated instruction in the classroom before. So, you always hate for a student to get lost in that process of trying to get them support. I imagine that there's probably support systems in mind, but that was just one thought that I had.
I think that's a great thought, and it's something for us to consider as we start to make some minor revisions and changes as we move into next year, because it is a little bit tricky. It's
Absolutely.
hard sometimes to figure out exactly what a student needs. Sometimes it's time, sometimes it's a specific intervention. So I appreciate you bringing that up, and we will look at that.
Thank you, Ms. Bauer. Thank you. All right, I think we're ready.
All right, so we're going to move on to part 2 of the strategic plan, which deals with social emotional health. A new feature of the strategic plan is that we also put what we expect our outcomes to be at the conclusion of all of these items. So for instance, we will have a clearly defined approach to instructional practices. We'll implement a whole school, whole child, whole community approach. And then we also will have evidence-based practices for mental health interventions. And even some of those mental health interventions are even coming up in our safety audit, which we'll talk about a little bit later. But I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Jimbo and her team to discuss sort of the progress that we've had for SEL. And then also want to remind everyone that I believe Ms. Jimbo also does an annual report, which is at the next meeting, to talk about SEL and sort of the actual data. So you'll see, we'll do a deeper dive at the next meeting on the data from sown to grow and some other items, which is part of the board policy that we approved last year.
Yep, thank you so much. There will be much more details to come.
I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt, but I see that trustee Conley has her hand up. I just want to see if she has a question.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. I had thought we were just asking questions about MTSS. I didn't realize we were asking questions about all of Goal 1. Are we going to discuss them a little bit more later on, or are we leaving them behind after
Well,
they're discussed?
What we were thinking is that we'd go through each, I guess we're on number 1, right? In the strategic plan, we're at Goal 1, effective and consistent instructional practices. So that's where MTSS was. And now we're moving on to item 2. So we did, I guess that was clarifying questions. We could also do comments at the same time. Since this is a study session, I think it follows a slightly different format. Did you mean to add a comment?
No, actually, I had questions about some of the other aspects of Goal 1. I guess the main one was around the math curriculum. So we're listing a new math curriculum adoption in the 26-27 school year, I think. And I was curious, is that the normal cycle when we would be updating our math curriculum adoption anyways? Is that why that year was picked? Or, how is that decided on?
So I could add, unless you want to speak to that, Dr. Rudolph.
No, I know we just discussed this on Monday, so you go ahead and take it this one.
So I actually, so the math curriculum was definitely, specifically middle school math was definitely something that we had on the dock a little bit earlier, but then we made a shift and now we're looking at early literacy. And it's just it's a lot of, doing adoptions is a lot of work. And we also want to do some work with our math pathways and math policy. And so with the need to do and work on early literacy and get that really in place, that's the focus for next year. We will be doing some data gathering and work on math next year, and we'll be coming to you to get some direction after probably in January on math as we move forward, but we really had to bump it a year due to kind of the shifting priorities and what we're working on.
Okay, thank you. I know that the math framework update process at the state level has not been without controversy. And so I was curious about where we're going to fall in that, and then just trying to anticipate, what might be the issues when we get to that point.
Yeah, it's definitely with that. It's definitely had a lot of controversy, and I don't even think it has been approved at this point. So
it has not been approved yet.
Right. And so it's kind of been a holding pattern for us, but I think that the framework is the framework, and it does have pieces in it that we'll want to follow, but we also will want to build on what we know students need in math and what the standards are. And I think we'll be okay no matter the outcome of the framework.
Okay. And then the last question I had was probably more for Director Pullman. Under Strategic Initiative 1A.1, when we look at the culturally responsive instructional methods, I know that lays out that coming, much further down the line. But my understanding is we have been doing some culturally responsive training with our teachers already. Is that reflected in this, or is that something separate?
So I can let Director Pullman talk to that a little bit. I think some of the work that we want to do around culturally responsive instructional practices also is dependent a little bit on how we adopt curriculum. And so with the adoption of curriculum coming, we push that a little bit, but I'll let Director Pullman speak to what we have done.
Yeah, so we've definitely already been talking with our teachers about culturally responsive teaching practices. What separates it from this particular strategic plan item is that this is more of an adoption of different culturally responsive teaching practices that we want to emphasize for the district moving forward, that we can develop further training around. But a lot of culturally responsive teaching practices we've already introduced our teachers to and have been using, mostly because they're also just really good teaching practices. So we've definitely already talked about that with teachers. This is more about an adoption of specific standards.
Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you. Because I remember in our previous strategic plan, the training all of our staff at every level of the district in culturally responsive customer service was something that we had not reached by the end of that strategic plan. And now it looks like we've kind of shifted what the focus of this item is. So I wanted to make sure we didn't lose that piece and also acknowledge the work that's been going on.
Okay, I actually have one last question. Just thinking about the focus on early literacy, is that something that will get captured around Gold 1, you think? Because I think that the early literacy conversation started after the strategic plan was designed, and I know that there is a strong focus there. So I'm wondering if it's going to be tucked in one of these sections.
Yeah, when we do the just similar to the LCAP, when we start another round with updates, we'll include that one in. It actually came after the last sort of adjustment. So it, between February and now that it sort of took hold and sort of caught fire. So you'll see in the next update to this document, we'll bring it back and include that, since that's clearly a board focus.
Great, wonderful, thank you.
Okay, so now, Ms. Jimbo, we're back to you, and we're going to talk about student social emotional health. And then again, just please keep in mind at the next board meeting, you will get more specific data pertaining to these particular items, and including sort of what we're seeing from Sown to Grow data as well, survey results and everything else. So she will go more in depth. So we're going to stay a little bit higher on this one, just because this will, at the next meeting, you'll get another presentation.
Thank you. Good evening. So next slide, if we can go right to our progress. I'm very proud to share that the initial implementation of Sown to Grow began with training of our administrators and our teachers in September and October. And that was more of the technical training, how to use the platform, what it's the purpose of it is. And then as we utilize the tool, monthly data was shared with principals and discussed on how to improve and or understand the information that we were receiving from the platform. And then we also provided instructional coaches with additional training in March to help them understand the outcomes and the information we were receiving. We started a sort of a trial for teachers at the middle school to get some feedback from them, from the principals. And so we had 279 students participating in that. We'll have more data in a couple of weeks for you. And then the SAL work group, which is comprised of principals and teachers from all of our schools, worked to unpack the social emotional learning competencies from the state of California. They've given us these competencies, but have not yet given us any further either curriculum or information on how to implement. So what we've done to make it our own is the work group has worked on unpacking them to understand learning targets, to understand scope and sequence of developmentally appropriate skills for each of the competencies. And this is the information that we will carry into training in subsequent years. Next slide. Under health and wellness, again, very proud to share our partnership with the Assembly Berman's office for our health fair this last September. And we had more than 1,000 students, parents, and members of our community participate in that. It was a wonderful event at the beginning of the year. We've also held 3 awareness campaigns that have anchored our school year at the beginning with suicide prevention, mid-year with nutrition promotion, and then ending the year with mental health. In April, the principals also received some professional development on utilizing our Smart Snacks checklist, which is part of our local wellness policy goals. And that throughout the year, there's been site walkthroughs and stakeholder feedback under getting a good understanding of the physical activity that students are provided during recess and lunch breaks, complying with board policy on not withholding that physical activity as a disciplinary process. Next slide. So looking at next steps, we will move into some middle school teacher training and initial implementation in the next school year. We're currently working with the middle school site principals on what that will look like and how we will really dive into that big endeavor. And we're working on ongoing alignment with our Sown to Grow data with the MTSS, within the MTSS process, and how to utilize that data meaningfully in understanding student needs. The professional development plan for the 23-24 school year will align with our updated local school wellness policy goals, which are forthcoming in this month. And then we are engaging in our evaluation or examining our readiness for any sort of thoughts on wellness center expansion to other schools. And as we learn more about our experience with Castro, that we're trying to really generalize that. And then also we'll be engaging in SEL professional development and looking at helping others understand the learning targets and the developmentally appropriate skills, scope and sequence in the coming years, as well as working with our SEL work group on developing a guidebook for our district-wide staff resource. And that brings goal 2 to a close. Any questions at this point?
Trustee Blakely.
I just am curious to hear more feedback about the Sown to Grow implementation at both levels. Is that going to be discussed at the next board meeting?
Yes, so
Okay,
we'll have data from Sown to Grow and from the elementary level, and then also the information on the trial at the middle school as well.
I will wait until later this month. Thank you.
Yes, Trustee Conley.
Thank you. And Director Jimbo, thank you for, I'm sorry to have interrupted you earlier when you were just getting started. We talked a while ago about having a social emotional learning curriculum. I know Sown to Grow, it's more of an app for interfacing with students, is my understanding, but it's not necessarily a curriculum. Are we still, even though the state, hasn't updated what they're doing yet, are we anticipating moving forward with the curriculum at some point?
Yeah, so we're taking the first steps to that. The first steps are really understanding, unpacking those competencies so that we understand what those learning targets and the developmentally appropriate skills are to really understand and direct our instruction. So at this point, in my opinion, we're at the staff development side of understanding, getting everyone the foundational skills and knowledge to be able to move towards a curriculum. Some of our staff are more ready than others. And so we have not, that's not a concept or a goal that has been left behind. We are taking very intentional steps towards it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Great, I had a similar question to Trustee Conley, so yeah, you've answered it, so thank you. Okay, I think we're ready to move on and excited about all the work you're doing around SEL.
All right, so that brings us to item 3. This one, you'll hear from 3 different people. So we've already talked a little bit about, oh, I think I lost it on my screen, sorry. I'll figure it out on my screen in a second here, sorry. So you'll hear about the equity scorecard and the impact of that. You also will hear about some work that we're doing to streamline our practices with communicating with parents and sort of keeping in touch with them. And then finally, you will hear more about how we are engaging parents and sort of educating them with the expansion of Parent University, which is a part of our first strategic plan, but then sort of a different approach that we've taken where we have a core set of courses that are offered by the district, and then schools have the ability to choose individual courses that sort of fit their population. So like I said, you're going to hear from 3 different individuals. These 3 sort of intertwine from time to time, So you may see one person or two people at any given point. But this is a lot of the culturally responsive work that we mentioned before. And again, some of these items have already come up to you previously, for instance, the equity scorecard. So with that said, so Megan, I think you're up next, but my screen for some reason is paused. And so I got to figure out how to resume sharing because I'm on a PC and not a Mac.
No problem. I can talk a little bit about the equity scorecard. And as Dr. Rudolph said, it was brought to you in its really first iteration in order to get some feedback from the Board of Trustees at that last meeting. So I won't belabor the point, but we've been able to compile a list of equity metrics that includes metrics for progress monitoring, our work towards equitable outcomes, specifically in the district. Of course, in the following areas, they were academic readiness, access, representation, and wellness. The scorecard is going to be released this fall as public facing and used by sites to inform future planning and progress monitoring. It could also be used, like we said, eventually with the site plans, LCAT progress monitoring as well.
All right, Shelley, you're up.
Okay, can you hear me? I'm sorry, I'm having a little internet issue.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So for the next piece, our communications platforms, we know that we need to look at several means and methods for how we communicate with parents. And one of those are the actual physical technology of how do we streamline and make sure we differentiate communication so that parents get what they want and not a lot of things that they don't need. So this year we did a deep dive, a team consisting of Specialist Mitcher, myself, Director Chang, and Director Aker. We did a meta-analysis of all the platforms that are out there, and we called the list down to 13. And then through a rubric and a goals ranking process, we determined that we would interview 5 different companies: Bloom's, Apogee, Gabbert, Parent Square, and Blackboard/Final Site. And so through those meetings, there was a lot of hours and a lot of questions asked, but we determined that Parent Square, it would be a great fit for our district. So we plan to pilot that next year at one site in order to make sure that it works effectively for us. And just coincidentally, during the process, we learned that Mountain View Los Altos High School District has also recently implemented Parent Square. So there would be a continuity from parents moving from one district to the other. So that's where we are. Director Chang.
Good evening, trustees. I'd like to give you an update on our Parent University initiative this year. So we redesigned our coursework based on feedback from our stakeholder groups and began offering multiple ways for parents to access learning and also increase the total number of sessions. So we actually have used to have just one type of Parent U, and now we have 3. So the first type is what we're calling the speaker series. This is a familiar way of doing Parent U. We've always done it this way. This is the district-wide sessions on general topics of interest. And then the second type of Parent U was the Seminario, which is a very successful first year of multi-session Spanish language seminars in partnership with the Family Engagement Institute. And each of our school sites also participated in Parent U via their extension series. So every school designed and delivered 2 sessions based on the specific needs of the school community. And as a result of broadening our access or broadening the family's ability to access in various ways, we actually very proud to announce that we have increased the overall attendance at Parent U by over 50% from last year. So this redesign has seen a lot of success so far that we're proud of, and we're looking forward to making it even better in future years.
Yes, Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you. I have a question for Director Chang. On the extension series classes that were held at each of the schools, can you give us an example or 2 of topics that might have been covered? I'm just kind of curious what those were. And you said it depended on the school community, of course.
Yeah, sure. Different sites had different needs. A lot of them were similar to things that we had been trying to do at the school district level, but were able to personalize things like how to read your child's report card, or how to communicate with your child's teacher. I could go over I have a list of all of the events that were held this year by the site, and happy to get back to you about that if you're curious. But it's whatever the principal and the community and the SCEFs and the teachers asked the parents what they needed, that they provided that. And I think the customization is what led to a better participation at the site level as well. People just feel a little bit more comfortable in a lot of cases talking to their child's teacher or to their child's principal rather than speaking up in front of a district crowd.
Understood. That makes a lot of sense. And I'm also glad that you're capturing what the topics are, because it might be a good sharing thing, like Landals might do these two this year and Theracroft would do these other two and they'd swap or whatever, depending if there's similar needs at the school communities. Thank you.
Yes, Trustee Conley.
Thank you. So I had a question, it might be for Dr. Rudolph. On 3C, we have a 3C.1 and a 3C.3, but 3C.2 disappeared. Is that something, was it just a typo, or is that something that, maybe we ended up pulling?
We would have to go back and look. It's probably something that got pulled and we are consolidated and we simply forgot to change it.
I thought it might be something like that. I apologize for not sending that in writing ahead of time.
It's all good. Appreciate it.
And then, so I had a question about the 3.1. So looking at the community engagement, we talk about conducting a needs assessment via stakeholder feedback. I'm a little curious to hear more about how that's going to work, because if we're getting stakeholder feedback on engagement, how do we get stakeholder feedback from those who are unengaged to begin with? So I'm wondering if you could speak to that.
So, this is sort of twofold, right? So the first one is the development of the affinity groups, and then the second one is how do we engage? Our first approach to this was really to, try to find a communication system or platform that sort of worked for everyone, and recognizing that certain groups use certain formats a little bit different. So some of the things that we toyed with, and Ms. Housley, you're more than welcome to join it in with me. But some of the things we debate is we know that the Latino community likes to use WhatsApp a lot more frequently than school messenger, right? And so how do we develop a platform that sort of works, but really creating a uniform platform that's really easy to integrate and that can deal with a lot of different things at the same time. And then from there, the reason why we're piloting it at Theracroft first is to look at, so how can we sort of really prioritize certain communication formats for certain groups and sort of see how people interact with it, right? And so because we're just piloting it at one school site, we can sort of check to see, is this more effective with reaching? And Theracroft just happens to have a wide swath of students. If we take it to Castro, you end up with pretty much one segment. But if you take it to Theracroft, you have sort of a larger swath for appeal. You have students who are extremely affluent, and then you have students who qualify for free and reduced lunch. And so we're using that site and sort of tracking what's working and what's not working will help us to determine what are the best approaches. We've also done a couple other things and this isn't captured in here, our revamp of the kinder process, right? Really trying to take things on the road and trying to reach people in different ways. So we're really trying to assess sort of what's the engagement that we're getting from activities, as opposed to simply, that if we send it out on social media, it's going to reach this group. So using a lot more metrics. But the key here is instead of rolling out a full program, really testing it, beta testing it and seeing, is it going to really meet our needs and sort of reach the groups? And we've explored different things like, do we create an app and use an app that everybody has, right? But then you have to have notifications enabled. And so what is the best approach? So we've really tried to think of how can we unify all of these items that parents sort of need to communicate with us. And again, over the course of this year, we'll track the metrics and sort of come back with a final decision.
And I would add to what Dr. Rudolph said, it's, definitely a qualitative process, right? Engaging with those who aren't typically that engaged, finding out what they're using, and then seeing what we can model our systems after in the constraints that we have, right? So record keeping, privacy, there are a lot of things that, platforms out there that wouldn't meet some of our privacy concerns. So, but see how close we can model what they're already doing to a system that maybe we can bring in-house.
And one other quick example is if I was to go to Parent U, right? So Director Chang and even Director Smith, when she was here, we had all these conversations about sort of what are the most effective programs. And we would look at, what are the student attendance, or not student attendance, what are the parent attendance numbers, sort of what topics are really reaching people. We even looked at, are these programs better online or are they not online? And we really tracked the data. And then what Director Chang did was like, look, I really think we can do this a little bit better just based off of what we're seeing, right? And so consolidating we have these big overarching items that are really germane to the larger body. And that becomes one vehicle. But, personalizing at the school site, instead of having a parent university on how to read the report card that's K-8, it could be a parent university class, extension class at the elementary site that is more focused for K-6. And then middle school, one of the topics is like preparing yourself for, moving up into ninth grade. And that's not one that we needed to do district-wide. That's one that needed to occur at the individual site. So that differentiation was also a part of the work, but we want to expand that to almost all of our communication platforms to reach out to people. So there's a lot of data that's in the background that we're tracking to try and figure out what's the best way to personalize this.
If I could just add one more qualitative comment, very, very, very few parents are completely disengaged, right? They have someone that they will respond to, even if it is not us currently, right? They talk to their neighbors. And so an important question that we ask at our parent meetings and our feedback sessions is, what are folks who don't necessarily come and talk to us about things saying to you? What are your neighbors and friends saying who don't, read their emails on a regular basis, for example? And so, it admittedly is a challenge to figure that out, but I think some smart question design will get to pretty much where we need to go with this.
Awesome, thank you.
Are the extension series that each school designs, are those predominantly online or are any of those in person?
Yeah, they're a mix of online and in person, depending on who's delivering it. I'm looking at the list now. Some of our schools chose to go with outside organizations to talk about technology. That was probably an online session. There were sessions about inclusivity, sessions about parent-teacher communication, and some of those were likely, in person. So a mix depending on the needs of the site.
Sure. Yeah, I'm wondering if that's interesting data to look at about attendance now. More people craving being in person and being together, or is everyone quite happy being at home and watching from a screen? And it's probably something in the middle, right?
Yeah, it sure is. Everybody is slightly different. I think everybody appreciates the flexibility of online, but we also many of us miss the intimacy and the back and forth that you can have in person that you couldn't online.
Right. Okay. Great. Wonderful. Thank you very much.
All right. So now we're moving into effective and engaged employees. So we've rolled out a bunch of different initiatives in order to help with recruitment. And one of the big things that we were challenged with was sort of assessing how our demographics sort of match our student populations, and really making some efforts to make sure that we're cognizant of our hiring practices. And you know, what we've also noticed, not only from tech industries and other areas, is that also part of recruitment is word of mouth. And even the rollout of our referral bonus has yielded a lot more success and allowed us to hire more and incentivizing people to spread the word that this is a great place to work, and sort of making that take place. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Victor, who's done a lot of work to sort of make this happen, including last night having for, I don't know how we want to qualify, we were joking right before you had it, it was sort of like speed dating, but it was a way for new staff employees to sort of engage with principals so that, you know, people can put a face with a name and sort of talk and try to figure out sort of what matches. Just so you know, before Ms. Victor gets started, we have an actual hiring team for all of our positions. And that hiring team does the screen. We have a screening team. And then after the screening team, we have a team that actually does the interviews. And that's to help speed up the actual process. And then, you know, over the course of the year, we've gotten feedback from multiple areas. Like there's a personal touch part that's missing, right? So we sped up our ability to offer contracts, but what we sort of slowed down was someone to be able to connect with an individual school site. And so last night was a good example of readjusting and reframing the conversation so that, you know, teachers, new teachers who have already been hired and will join in our district, you know, can match themselves with a particular school site. And what that's helped to do is it's helped to eliminate some sort of missteps that we had previously, which was schools fighting or delaying the process, and we end up losing a candidate. Now we have the candidate hired, but we haven't placed them specifically at a school site, right? So we wanted to make sure that happened. So Ms. Victor has really done some great work to sort of streamline this process. And the biggest one, again, is about sort of assessing the staff and the diversity and sort of, again, the streamlining of the process. So I'll turn it over to her to talk about that.
Thank you very much. So, you know, one of the first things, of course, that I want to talk about is really that analysis of the demographics. And when we look at our staff overall, you know, our changes are slow and steady along the way, but we're also really looking and focusing in on our new hires every year to really see if our hiring practices are reflective of our goals and, you know, really maximizing our efforts in hiring, you know, a really diverse population of high quality people. We also this year worked with Equimetrics at the beginning of the year to really review and analyze our current practices and our demographics. And so, you know, with that, we were able to get some really good highlights of some of the best practices that we have in our department, but also some great recommendations and strategies that would help us engage in a different way and recruit and reach out to a more diverse population, which has been pretty exciting this year. We've also, as Dr. Rudolph mentioned, we've got our hiring teams. Our certificated hiring team has been in existence for a while. And we've done some additional training and calibrating this year to really refine our practices. But I'm excited to say too that we even established a classified hiring team this year and did some training to really focus on best practices in hiring for all staff in our district. The other piece too that we really wanted to highlight is on the next page, Dr. Rudolph. Oh, here we're already there. Thank you. Is, you know, reaching out and participating in some different kinds of events. And this was one of the things that we focused on with Equimetrics and how do we reach a more diverse population. So what we did this year is we reached out to several colleges in the area, colleges that we knew had, you know, diverse student populations of their own. And we reached out to their career centers and participated in their hiring events, which was really, really exciting. And we, with the help of Shelley and Corinne, were able to produce some amazing postcards to take out to those colleges and some table tents to really show off the amazing things about our district. And so our recruiting efforts at the colleges and some different kinds of job fairs have been really productive for us this year too.
We also reached out and started advertising all of our positions, not only on our district webpage, but on social media and on EdJoin, which has helped us to reach out far further to engage people in our district. Dr. Rudolph also mentioned our referral program this year. So we've got a staff referral program. I'm happy to say we've had over 20 new folks since hiring season began this year who have come as a direct result of that recruitment process. And so I'm excited to see that continue to grow as well. And then I'd like to say too, we've met with site administrators multiple times this year to talk about their needs on their staff and kind of what they're looking for very specifically within their teams. And that led, along with some other things, to last night's really amazing event. And so Dr. Rudolph explained this a little bit like a speed dating event, and I'm going to go a little further into that. But what we've learned is our hiring team does a really great job, I think, in interviewing and selecting and hiring amazing people. But then what we were able to do is bring people together for just a really fun social event. And the feedback we got last night was that new teachers were so excited to meet other new teachers, but also have a chance to connect with the administrators in the district and have a fun way to engage in, some good conversations that really, I mean, the engagement, the excitement, and, the noise in the room was really encouraging and engaging. And so people were able to then to rank their choices. What grade level do I most want? What school am I interested in? Principals were able to do the same and say, gosh, I really loved all of these people. I think this person would really fit well. And then we did some matching so that we can really match our new hires to the best fit for them, because we also know when we're looking at staffing, retaining people has a lot to do with fit and making sure that we have people connected with other people that are going to make them feel comfortable and welcomed and supported is really important for us too.
And I just want to point out just one other item. So of how we've been using data. So Ms. Jimbo, Ms. Victor, myself, Ms. Bauer all sat down and talked about sort of some of the challenges we're having with hiring special ed teachers. And the fact that we use really two different platforms, right? So we have AffleTrack and we have EdJoin. And how do we make this move a little bit faster just to get the application process in? Because, while some candidates are very cognizant of, I need to go to AffleTrack to fill out something, others rely specifically on EdJoin because it's sort of a statewide system. And, both of them, to their credit, discussed, okay, so we know that these two systems don't talk to each other and it's a little bit different. And we all decided what was really important was, if we can hire teachers, especially special ed teachers, and EdJoin is our AffleTrack, whichever one is the main, in this case it was EdJoin, was the main platform, then let's adjust our HR practices to sort of speed up the process and allow people to apply that way versus, and obviously this eventually involves our comms team and involves our tech department. So it sort of crosses multiple dimensions, but changing the process so that instead of someone going to 5 different links in order to apply, they're able to apply instantly on one. And that also has sped up some of the practices, right? So this analysis of how we hire and looking at the data and even the ease in which we did has also sort of sped up. And I think Ms. Victor and her team, the hiring team, has been doing an amazing job of just hiring tons of individuals throughout the year. And the process is a lot faster, but it's a lot smoother for the applicant because we want to make sure that we don't want people frustrated as they're applying and to toss up their hands and try to go somewhere else, especially in this competitive climate where we know we're competing against other districts who are either paying similarly or using signing bonuses the same way we are.
Trustees, any questions or comments? Trustee Conley.
Yes, thank you. I'm so excited about the strategic plan. I had a question around the TK hiring. The last time we talked, I think it sounded like that was going on pretty well, but I know that Foothill is helping teachers earn their TK qualifications if they don't have them already. But I noticed Foothill isn't on a recruitment list, so I'm wondering if we might want to link up with them, or if they are supporting any recruitment opportunities around that program that they're offering.
I actually have written them down to make sure I connect directly with them. We do have a staff member who is participating with them right now as we speak. And so we've got a little connection right there through her too.
Great.
Build on that.
And then the other thing, I think a lot about the equimetrics study that we saw a while ago. It might have been a year or two. And when we looked at that study, it was looking at our staff and the diversity of our staff, and also how our staff felt about the district. The school with the most diverse teaching staff that most closely resembled some of our minority students in the district and our students of color was at Mistral. And that's because it seemed like many of the teachers who had the BCLAD, who were qualified to teach Spanish or teach in Spanish, also happened to be people of color. And I wonder if maybe we need to look at, are there other things or offerings that we could be doing at schools across our district that might be an alternative way to bring in those teachers of color who represent our students? And maybe that's offering more language opportunities at our elementary schools or our middle school, where we can bring in teachers that reflect the student population that we have.
So,
maybe it's having a language program at, I don't want to, scare Dr. Rudolph. Maybe it's having a language instructor at every single school site for a second language, and they rotate through the classes just like a music teacher would, so that we have, it could be a Spanish teacher, it could be a language that's particular to that site. Maybe it is beefing up our language offerings in the middle school setting, so that we have a broader array of languages. We might have Mandarin, we might have Spanish, and have more available. So we have more of those teachers on campus interacting with students, serving as role models and connection points for students. I know both Trustee Chang and I in the past have mentioned a Mandarin immersion program, possibly at a school site, maybe Montaloma, but you don't have to take any of those ideas, Dr. Rudolph, but I'm just thinking about how do we get these teachers, and that language component seems to be one successful way.
So actually, one of the things that the research has borne out, and that Ms. Victor and I have talked about, is that making sure that, and this is true for new teachers, but especially true for minority teachers, as well as in elementary men teachers, is making sure that they're paired with someone else who sort of resembles them. So trying our best, even though vacancies don't really happen in twos, but trying our best to make sure that when we pair someone or we place them, we're placing them in a place where, for lack of a better word, right, there's a natural affinity group so that they can reach out for some sort of support. And we've noticed some success with that. But I think there's more efforts that we can definitely do. But I know Ms. Victor definitely thinks about that as we are hiring teachers, like how many new teachers are going into a particular school, how many experienced teachers, how many teachers of color, and and I think what you're seeing at Mistral is that those B-class teachers have something in common that, and I'm not saying it's all about demographics, but at least they have something in common that's bonding them together that allows them to sort of work together. The other thing is that our leadership team is actually pretty diverse, and we continue to work. Obviously, not saying that we need to hire more men, but we do need more men also within our administrative ranks. But making sure that our leadership team, as well as our workforce team, is reflective of the population that we're trying to get. And Ms. Victor, I don't know if you want to add anything else about some of our conversations that we've had within this regard.
I think you've covered it pretty well, but I will say that, with our hiring team, we've done a lot of conversation about how we place people for exactly those reasons. And it is something we talk about every time we hire. making sure that we make that right fit for everybody, and that we do outreach differently. I will say, some of our outreach included, going to the Hispanic Latino hiring fair, right? And going to UOP, where we know that they've got a really high quality special ed department. They also have a lot of diversity on campus. And so our outreach is really growing in a different way as we continue moving forward. And I think we're getting some really great candidates as a result of those good conversations that are happening.
Thank you.
So it sounds like you have some great ideas and we're showing some great results. And this just made me think about our classified staff members. We have a lot of classified staff members that are people of color. And, I personally in my own school had a lot of success with supporting classified staff members who, were looking to grow their careers. And so that down the line could be a great opportunity to invest in our, we saw a room full of staff members that, like I said, are sort of the lifeline of our schools, right? Are their heart and souls. And if we can pour into them professionally and find ways to encourage them and support them to go and get their credential and move into a classroom as a teacher, I think that would be an exciting opportunity too. So it's just an idea I wanted to share. Thank you very much.
All right, and moving into the last area, which is equitable distribution of resources and support to support student success. So this one is another one of those areas that, sort of bridges a lot of different areas, right? So you're going to hear not only from our chief business officer, who's going to talk about district resources, we'll talk about our meal program. You're also going to hear about from our technology officer about CVRS. And so, there are multiple directors again that are a part of this. But the goal here is to make sure that we continue access for students. And in fact, one of the things that they just did was they recurated, sort of support 24/7 support structures for students. And made it real friendly, user friendly, so that, we often, what we used to do is we had all of our platforms out there for kids and parents, right? But as a parent, you're looking for the thing that really meets your particular needs, not something that, your kid is going to use 5 or 6 years down the road. Right. And so making that a little cleaner sort of helps. And then even things like, and I know I've mentioned this before, our CVRS rolling that out, we're at our final site. We did have some supply chain issues, which have sort of delayed it. And obviously the weather sort of made it a little bit odd. I mean, it delayed it because we don't want our staff members up on the roofs. But even testing those and trying to think of how can we expand it. And some of the works like, as John, and I know he put the maps in there, but as we looked at sort of our coverage, but even the idea of using teacher housing to sort of increase coverage, and then looking at, really places like Haiti and how are they helping families keep their technology powered, and how can we apply that in our own context with students who are homeless, right? Because you have the exact same thing in foreign countries that do not have the same stable power that we have, but they've solved these problems in other unique ways. And so leveraging the League of Innovative Schools and trying to figure out how they approach it is a large part of that. So I'm going to turn it over. I think Dr. Westover is up first, and then we'll go through each particular team.
All right, so the first update I wanted to give is on child nutrition this year. We were focusing on making sure that all of our students have access to quality food. I think initially when we started this process, the state had not guaranteed free meals for all. So our goal initially with when the strategic plan started was to make sure that all of our students had access to food. Now that the state has guaranteed free meals for all of our students, our focus has slightly shifted into making sure that our food service program is cost neutral and that we have a focus on quality food. So as part of this process, we've held several focus groups with parents, students, and staff members to kind of talk about what types of things that they enjoy, what type of things can we do better on. That was helpful. It helped us adjust our menu. And then most recently, we've done a survey of students at Graham and Crittenden. It was quite interesting to see all the results that came back from the kids. They actually had some really good insights about things that they'd like to see more of. Also some pretty funny ones. Sushi was high on the list for things that they would enjoy. And then again, making changes from that. Participation in our programs have gone up astronomically. So prior to the pandemic, we were at 24.7% for breakfast, but now we are at 35.2%. For lunch, we were at 35% pre-pandemic, and now we are almost up to 60%. So this is a huge shift for our food service program, and we look to continue to improve over the next few years, both in our food quality and the different options that we offer. I'm happy to say that this year, for the first time in over 8 years, our food service program is cost neutral. The other thing I'd like to touch on is resource for parents. Initially, this started off as what can we learn from when we were offering academics during the pandemic, and it's kind of shifted into our technology webpage that's been completely reformatted with an emphasis on services and resources. We also have a list of resources with directions on how to access each resource. For example, how to get into Clever, iReady, and Khan Academy. Some of this, I think the reason this came up is parents really want to be able to help their kids, and they need a quick, easy way to see what programs are available to their students. That's a little bit about what we're doing for our technology. Also, we have a webpage that has information both in Spanish and in English about our summer meals and academics. Okay, next slide.
And I do want to point out just real quick, because the next item is also going to talk about access with CBRS. One of the conversations we want to bring back to the board is really about developing a vision for what technology looks like. We've been really focused on access, but we haven't had the secondary conversation. It's like, okay, now that you have access, what do we envision, or how do we envision kids using the technology during the day, right? And so we'll bring that back and add that to the strategic plan next year, because I think that's a really important thing for the board to articulate about how we see kids integrating technology into their daily work. So it's not just about them having the device. And again, that was something we learned from the League of Innovative Schools, because you're out in a school district that's rural, that doesn't have the ability to do access, but they focused solely on how kids are using the technology during the day, right? And we can do both of those items. So with that, I'll turn it over. I think Director Aker is going to talk about MVWSD Connect.
Yes, good evening. You guys hear me? So the MVWSD Connect is our program for CBRS. It provides, we use LTE radios every school site to extend our network out to the families that may not have internet access. Is it possible to go to the slide that has the, there we go, yeah. So our focus has just been on deploying more radios, and so we've doubled the number of sites that have LTE radios. We got to almost all of their current school sites. Crittenden was the one we haven't got to just yet. And we're looking at using an outdoor UPS at that site, so we're waiting to order that in July. So about this time last year, the hotspots that we purchased during the pandemic were being discontinued because they were using the Sprint network, and when T-Mobile bought Sprint, they discontinued that network. So we migrated students over that were using those hotspots over to using CBRS. We also were working with a company out of Washington State that was developing a Chromebook that had CBRS radios built in. So there was no need for an additional router or other device to connect with. This would be really good for our families that don't have stable electricity or access to plug in somewhere. We can provide them with this Chromebook and then a power brick that they can use to recharge it. So we purchased some of those, about 30 of those Chromebooks that we can deploy next year to certain families. We also worked on giving access to some staff, like our maintenance staff that roam throughout the district. We replaced their iPads with CBRS built in so that they could access the internet, even if they weren't near a building that had Wi-Fi. We also did that for our PE teachers at Graham, so that if they were outside at the edge of the field, they would still have internet access. And when we get the Crittenden radio installed, we'll do the same thing for Crittenden PE teachers. We also, that was primarily what we were looking, was adding staff and additional students. For next year, we're looking at adding some additional locations as the staff housing, which would be that area in the middle. That's kind of a blank area of our coverage network. And then also Wisman, we have a lot of families that live around Wisman. And so that would be one of our first priorities for next year. And then we're also looking at doing the community center at some point. We tested that we have network access to that location. We just need to work with the city on the logistics of how to do that. All right.
And then the last thing I would just say, it's not captured here, but this side project is we have 2 generators that are also being installed to make sure that in the event that we have a power outage, that the internet stays up, right? So we've, one of the good things that Director Aker and I talk about all the time is, sort of what are the infrastructure items that are needed. He's been pretty in tune of reducing access point or replacing access points and making sure that we have sort of the loop is continuously going so that we don't experience the outages. Because currently, if one part of it breaks down, then 4 to 5 schools will go down with the internet also. So these network, having these backup generators, one here and one at Landos, will also sort of help support and sort of maintain internet, because the internet can keep going as long as the generator is going, even if we lack access to power, which will keep families sort of learning 24/7. And we're sorry.
Dr. Rudolph, would we have had to have some of the closures that we had in the power outages that we had with the storms this winter if we'd had those generators already up and running?
We could have kept the internet going, but whether or not we would bathroom usage, because again, as a result, even though our toilets and sinks are mainly battery operated, that becomes part of the problem. And some of our older buildings, it's a little bit dark in there. So I don't know if we would have had to cancel. It probably would have made it a little bit easier. It would have definitely allowed that when we had a couple of the power outages, it would allow for education to continue at least. So it would definitely help. It won't hurt.
Okay, so our last item that I'll talk through tonight, as Dr. Rudolph mentioned, this item started out as outdoor learning, but has since moved into outdoor flexible learning. We've established the Environmental Advisory Committee, which is comprised of teachers, principals, community members, parents, Canopy Living Classroom, and Green Spaces Mountain View. So far, we've started off with a series of meetings with architects, and we're working on creating an index based on LAUSD's plan, and to really understand what campuses need. We started off with Vargas to create a greening pilot site. We have the plans completed, which the board approved, and then we have phase 1 in progress at Vargas for the planting to take place this summer. The idea really is to look across all of our campuses by using a green index to look at the sites that need it the most, and then create plans to address the highest needs first, and then also have a plan moving into the future of how we're going to have not only green campuses, but also flexible learning available for our students. I think one of the biggest takeaways we had is that we don't necessarily need an outdoor classroom with stadium style seating, that the school sites really appreciated having the flexible space to take small groups outside, or even the students enjoyed being in outdoor areas that allowed for imaginative play. Something that we've also been intentional about in this process is making sure that we also include special ed to make sure that we have inclusive spaces as much as we can for all of our students.
And just want to point out one good example. This year we saw the use of the outdoor pavilions at the middle schools a lot more. A lot more music concerts were done outdoors throughout the year. And then obviously we revamped and used Crittenden for the reclassification survey. So our ceremony. So it's real good to start to utilize those spaces and get kids out a little bit more in different fashions. The final part is, and this is sort of our visual of sort of where we are. Some of these are still in progress because they've been, oh, sorry.
Okay. I just want to make sure we get a chance to talk about resources. So, yes. Okay. So that's okay. Now we're getting excited.
No. I'm we're, building momentum.
Right. Just
I'm really excited by all the things we've covered so far. I wanted to ask about CBRS. When we look at the lifetime of the equipment that we have in place now, it sounded like we would need to update the equipment kind of near the end of the strategic plan. What is the timeline for that equipment refresh? Because that's information that I can use in terms of, are we trying to get the city or the county to help us? Are we trying to move, what are the things going on around that so that we have a timeline?
So I'll let Director Anker talk about the timeline. One thing I just want to point out real quick is he and I have discussed how do we get higher vantage points, right? Because coverage is really dependent on, how high a cell tower is. And so that is one area, I think, as we look at the switches, right, that we may need to sort of replace because it gets the higher, like one of the reasons why we're excited about using teacher housing is because it's just at a higher point, which reduces obstruction. And, it's interesting, as a result of taking down the trees near Vargas, there's actually better coverage now into the Westman neighborhood, and also over towards there's an RV line, right? But one of the things that sort of prevents it or sort of stops it is the more barriers you have, the weaker the coverage. So we have internally, him and I have talked about, can we find a way to sort of increase that? But I think sort of what the refresh cycle is, I'll let him discuss that a little bit more technical.
Yeah, for the refresh cycle, like right now, where we're deploying our LTE radios, which are typically considered 4G. So the next technology evolution will be the 5G radios, but none of our clients currently support 5G. So we handle it kind of like we do with our wireless network. Is we look at how many, if we get a certain amount of percentage of clients that support the newest technology, then we start replacing them like over the next few years. So we do like maybe three sites a year, replace the radios, and then go to the next 3.
Okay, thank you. That makes a lot of sense. I'm really thrilled to see how this program has progressed, and that we're getting so close to having more coverage. And then we're also, I think the Chromebooks with the connection within them is just brilliant because it gives our children so much flexibility. I mean, I could see a day where we have a lot of other people in the district who are utilizing those as well, or even if we look at partnerships with perhaps other community serving organizations down the road, where we could work with them for fundraising around supplying, for example, homeless residents with access to our network. I did have a question as well about the greening. I'm really glad that we moved sort of the greening of campuses and the environmental advisory committee into this place in the strategic plan that we're housing it here. There is state funding that's becoming available for this at the state level for schools it's all around climate resiliency. And I think we talked about the county had a climate resiliency event. Our county superintendent has been really involved in a report that went out. When we think about North Bayshore and everything that's going on there, I think planning that school and any other new sites that we have to do is going to be an incredible opportunity to really go above and beyond on greening campuses and creating climate resilient campuses. Even though at the moment that's a very small school site, I think it's something that we can do some amazing work at. And I know we're going to apply for, I think one of the grants that's out there the CAL FIRE grant. What do we see? Well, when will we get a report back from the Environmental Advisory Committee when that gets kicked off?
Yeah, so we'll actually come in front of you a few times. The first time will be when Carducci comes back, hopefully in the beginning of next school year, to talk about the work that the committee's done over the summer to present their version of MVWSD's greening index.
Thank you. And then the very last thing I had was around, there's some standards that are discussed for kind of the equitable facilities district-wide. This is item 5A.1, and it talks about holding meetings this past year with stakeholders to identify resources and standards and create documentation for kind of equitable facilities. I'm curious about, will we get a report on that, or is that coming back in as an agenda item at some point? Because it looks like staff are supposed to get trained in that next year.
Yeah, so the initial meetings this year were all internal about kind of what do we have right now and what are we moving towards, because we do have variability at each of our school sites. So eventually, yes, it will absolutely come back to the board for review, but we don't have anything that it's in a format yet to share.
Okay, thank you.
Just a couple of things. One thing that I think is an area that you can advocate around. So, CBRS is definitely emerging technology, right? And it's something that we've definitely capitalized on. I know other districts have started to think about how to utilize that. California, because of the size of the population, has the ability to influence, tech companies in terms of what types of products that they're producing. And so we're just now starting to see companies integrate the CBRS into their devices, but I think advocating for that to be a standard and that California purchasing those types of materials will make life a lot easier, because right now, Mr. Aker and I, when we discuss this, we talk about we're using two different vendors, and one that has CBRS, and then we have one, a major one that doesn't, right? But the major one doesn't have any incentive unless LA Unified and San Diego and San Francisco decide to join in. But, allowing the state to create a piggyback contract or to find ways that we can jump in and sort of push, the tech companies to make these Chromebooks to have it integrated is really important. And we're fortunate that iPads are starting to sort of follow that trend. But, iPads are cost prohibitive from a student implementation standpoint compared to Chromebooks. So I think that's definitely a place to advocate. The other part, just some other items around the grading or sort of the environmental advisory committee. There are other initiatives that we're already starting, sort of the electrification of our fleets and looking at sort of what that looks like. I know the state recently just passed a law that all new buildings will need to have solar included. And now the price point is different, right? So our program, as of April 12th, I think the date was, anyone who didn't have their projects already approved through DSA will now get a lower reimbursement rate compared to everybody else. And we've been grandfathered in for 25 years. But we are starting to look at, so our maintenance team is using, instead of using gas propelled the hedging devices, right? They're all using battery packs, and we're looking at how do we've talked about purchasing electric zero turn lawnmowers, and whether or not we can electrify our bus fleet, even though our buses don't drive as much in order to qualify, because most districts, like LA Unified, their buses can turn over almost instantly because of the amount of distance that they drive. Ours, from a year standpoint, need it, but from a mile standpoint, don't. So figuring out ways that we can sort of make that a little bit more equitable. And I think that's another area for advocacy to say, like, adjust the state program for electrification to reflect smaller school districts whose buses don't travel as far. The last thing I would just say is we sort of hit on this at the last board meeting, right? Like, I think portables have a place and time, and but as we talk about, you can get two of the three, right? Cheap, fast, or good, right? And they can be cheap and fast, but they won't be good, or it can be good and fast, but they won't be cheap. And in this case, we went with cheap and fast. And what we've noticed now is that, and I'm going to use the district office as a good example, the cost for the building down the street, which we discussed internally before we went with the modular option. Let's say it was $10 million. Well, we paid somewhere around $7 million for this particular building, but then we've had to update it a couple times because it's a modular building, and we thought it fit our needs. We consolidated different options, right? And so although that building doesn't cost the same anymore, we've now eclipsed the same cost as a stick building. So I think one of the lessons, and there's all these little lessons that we've learned from Vargas, that we've learned from Castro and Stevenson, that we can definitely go back and change to make sure that we're more mindful of how we build things in. And then I think being conscious of, we're hoping when we start that building that it's going to be LEED certified, and that we use a lot more recycled materials to make it work. So taking some of these lessons from looking at, and I'm not trying to argue that modulars don't have a place, but planning a lot more intentionally about, it's a 4-acre site. It needs to feel as open as possible. It also needs to have, in the design we brought back, I think it was like in 2017, green spaces on different floors, and that allow for access, so that is stacked a little bit differently. So we definitely will be bringing those in line. I think as we get, I know that North Bay Shore is sort of in flux right now, but I think it's still important for us to go ahead and start designing what that looks like and try to pick up as many lessons as possible, and not next year, but then within the next couple of years, so that if we end up with more urban design schools that are stacked on top of each other, that they take into account lessons that we've learned, like they need to have garage doors so that it has a more open space and sort of view of access and solar structures. All those lessons that we've had to adjust over time. So those are definitely things that we're learning, and we will definitely bring back as we do it. And I think you're right, it's a smaller campus. We have a very small campus right now. It's actually a half an acre bigger. So how do we make that feel larger, similar to what we saw when we went to San Jose, where it was a 700 student school, and it actually was on a smaller plot of land, but it felt bigger than what Vargas did, not just from the standpoint of the building, because it went up, I think, 3 floors, but also just by the way, the way that the trash was designed was a little bit more intelligent. The way that the library was stacked on top of a different building. Even the play yard, the play yard felt one way, and then, the actual playground felt a different way. So we definitely will take that into account as we do the next school.
I think, one of the reasons that I worked on that resolution around green schoolyards and climate change for our district in the first place was how hot it's getting outside, and what that means for children outdoors and playing. But we've seen it, I remember a couple of years ago when the families at Stevenson were talking to us about, kids were keeping their lunches in the backpacks and the lunches were going bad because they were hung up outside the classroom and it was so hot. So we don't always have to look to a new model for something. Most of our existing older schools have these incredibly wide eaves outside of the classroom doors, where they're facing towards the south. And that makes a huge difference in the heat in the entire classroom and as well as the spaces that children navigate in the school. So, and we saw an example of that in San Francisco. One of the schools it was very high, but it had these really, really deep, open kind of patio hallways. I think there's a real synergy between the work that we're doing around climate resiliency and the work that the city is doing around biodiversity and climate change response, and also responding to sea level rise. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity as we work on our green spaces index to also, when we're bringing things into the classroom and we're tying this into curriculum, to bring in the things that the city is working on to talk about the parks and the space that we already have, and also what Mountain View is facing in the future in terms of sea level rise and climate change.
Okay, so I think we've got 2 more slides, and that's our dashboard.
All right, so we'll move on to the final part, which is the dashboard. So this is, we use the battery model. It's easy to understand. It's accessible to everybody, regardless of whether you're colorblind or not. We all can sort of see the different items, and that was a very intentional design. But the one thing I do want to highlight, unlike the last strategic plan, we don't have anything that requires a remediation plan, right? So as you mentioned earlier, culturally responsive training, although it's not spelled out, it's sort of integrated in there. We have been doing those things. That was one of those items that's there. I do want to point out, though, that we do have 3 items that are still in progress, and that is more reflective of items being combined or a sort of change, right? So that put us a little bit behind than where we normally would be at this particular time as we're moving into the other one. But we're definitely on top of those, and we'll continue to update them, and we will bring back another iteration of this mid-year next year so that you can see it.
Trustees, any final questions? Okay.
And then I have one more slide, just real quick. Sorry.
Will there be an opportunity for discussion after public comment?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we in our comms team working with Woodbury and thinking about the numbers and sort of where we are. We wanted to approach the state of schools a little bit different this year, as opposed to sort of that large community forum that we did where we brought people in and we highlighted it. And so our comms team sort of came back with a different approach, and today is this first sort of premiere that we want to share with everybody. So give me 1 second.
It's vitally important that our staff members can affordably live in the community where they work. To that end, our district and its partners held a groundbreaking ceremony in November for the city's first affordable housing development, created specifically for our staff members. When the facility opens in 2024, it will offer 123 studio and 1 and 2 bedroom units, available to almost any teacher and staff member in the district based on income. Here, staff members can benefit from rents about $1,000 less per month than the average and enjoy living in the community where they teach. This project will go a long way to venerate and support the staff members who serve our students and families every day.
Our families, especially those who are underserved, need consistent childcare to preserve academic gains and for enrichment. This year, we rolled out a new district program that aims to provide qualifying students with enriching summer and after-school care, called MVWSD+. The Expanded Learning Opportunities Program provides funding for these after-school and summer enrichment programs for transitional kindergarten through 6th grade. With our community partners, Right at School and the YMCA, as well as our in-house Beyond the Bell program, we're now serving more than 600 students after school and have invited 1,300 to our summer programs.
En el programa Después de la Escuela ha ayudado en el proceso de aprendizaje porque algunos papás no podemos hacer la tarea con ellos. Me parece grandioso que hagan ese tipo de ayuda para todos los padres que nosotros en verdad lo necesitamos.
We know that giving all early learners the chance to be introduced to school at a young age means higher literacy rates and more student success. That's why this year we jumped at the chance to expand the free transitional kindergarten program that parents can opt to enroll their children in for the year before kindergarten. We are expanding TK in the fall, spreading the program across 5 campuses rather than centrally locating all classes at one site. In addition to Therakoff Elementary School, there will be classes at Montaloma, Castro, Mistral, and Amay. Next school year, any child who turns 5 between September 2nd and April 2nd will be eligible to sign up. By the 2025-26 school year, we will offer transitional kindergarten to all 4-year-olds.
Transitional kindergarten has been wonderful for my son. I really feel that it's prepared him for kindergarten for next year, and he's met some great friends, and we really love his teacher.
It can be overwhelming to enroll your child in school for the first time. It's important to parents that they have the knowledge about our schools and the open enrollment process so that they feel comfortable making a school decision. The district rolled out an enrollment plan this year that included more access to the choice schools by underrepresented groups. We revised the lottery to ensure fair access to choice schools. We provided families with more information about the options available. As a result, we had increased enrollment overall and more families from underserved groups applied to our choice school. This is such a positive step toward promoting greater equity and access in the district's enrollment process.
This year, we were upgraded to the highest possible financial rating of AAA by Standard & Poor's. This is based on the district's extremely strong capacity to meet financial commitments, which is an amazing achievement. This rating is a reflection of S&P's view of the district's strong and stable tax base, as well as good financial management practices. All in all, this is a fantastic achievement for the district and a very positive sign for our financial future.
Serving as a senior community member of the Bond Oversight Committee, I've seen through budget review and site visits the district's careful and thoughtful use of taxpayer money in construction projects to improve our school facilities.
Parent U is our popular parent education program. This year, we've expanded it to include 2 components, the Extension Series and Seminario. The Extension Series is hosted by the principals of each school. These events are right on campus and address specific needs of each school community. Seminario is a cohort-based Spanish language parent learning community. It's facilitated in collaboration with FEI at Foothill College. This program is designed to provide a supportive and engaging environment for parents to learn more about parenting and education. The expansion of Parent U with 50 events already this year and a 50% increase in participation shows the district's commitment to providing parents with the resources they need to support their children's education.
This winter I participated in the FEI, which is the Family Engagement Institute at Foothill College, and I really like the classes because that helped me be involved in my son's education. He's in middle school right now, and in August he will be going to high school. I also have a newborn baby, so all the classes were really beneficial for me and for my husband. Having the husbands involved in the kids' education is also important.
Our school district has gained national recognition
for its outstanding academic performance, innovation, and technology access. Recently, the district's exceptional student performance and academic excellence were recognized when Amy and My Elementary, Bubb Elementary, and Stevenson Elementary were all named 2023 California Distinguished Schools. This is a remarkable achievement, as this recognition is only given to schools that demonstrate outstanding academic performance. The district's Return to Learn plan also received the 2022 California Pivotal Practice Award from the California Department of Education. This recognition is a significant achievement, as only 9 schools and districts in Santa Clara County were selected for the award. These accomplishments demonstrate district's commitment to providing its students with the highest quality education possible. We are grateful for the staff members, students, and parents who made these achievements possible.
While we have always been environmentally conscious, our district is intentionally working to change policies and practices to reduce our carbon footprint and conserve energy. This year, our board passed a series of resolutions that formalize our plans for efforts like waste reduction, modifying facilities and campuses to make them cooler and more efficient, and maximizing our green investments. Additionally, the board approved a plan starting with Vargas Elementary to green campuses and create outdoor learning spaces. This includes new greenery and trees to reduce the heat island effect produced by asphalt. By implementing this program, the district is demonstrating its commitment to creating a more sustainable and healthy future for its students and the planet.
All of our students and their families, regardless of income, have access to district-provided internet and devices both at school and at home. Our district was one of the first to roll out the use of Citizens Broadband Radio Service, or as we call it, MVWSD Connect, to expand our coverage of our district internet network. This is unusual for schools and a huge benefit for our community. We are one of only 28 districts nationwide this year to join the Digital Promise League of Innovative Schools, a national coalition connecting the most forward-thinking educational leaders and districts in the country. We were selected for our educational leadership and commitment to equity, especially as it relates to technology access for all families.
But that's not all. MVWSD has other exciting initiatives in the works for the coming school year. Staff housing is slated to open in 2024. We will be implementing new safety protocols as a result of our audits. We'll continue our commitment to the No Place for Hate program to ensure that we keep Mountain View a welcoming place for all. We'll continue to negotiate a fair deal for shoreline resources to reduce class sizes and meet our students' pressing needs like mental health. We'll adopt a new curriculum and roll out our new MTSS system to support all learners. With all of these initiatives and achievements, it is clear that MVWSD is dedicated to providing its students with the best education possible. We are perfectly positioned to continue our journey next year, and I look forward to all that is to come.
Right, that was a great video. Trustees, we're gonna take public comment, and then if we have some final comments, we can do that afterwards. So if you're a member of the public and you are on Zoom, you may raise your hand. It appears we don't have anyone over Zoom. We have one guest member of the community here, Mr. Nelson.
I hope you have the timer because
I think
you know I
coming.
need it.
Let's come. 1 second.
Wants to play again.
I think I'm having tech difficulties. All right, we're good to go.
Okay. My name is Stephen Nelson. And I wanted to say, as I read this, it was like, oh, here's another strategic plan. But as soon as I got to the first part for the MTSS, and I finished it, I immediately sent off a little message to Kathy, who I've known since I started being almost 20 years ago when I started doing substitute teaching, when I first started getting a curriculum. That's a little bit too much. About how great that was. And I sent it to several of the other people who were responsible for doing this part. One of the things is this strategic plan, of course, is never done. You could say, well, what good is a document that's never done? Well, what it is, it's continuous improvement is the reason it's never done. And when we first came here, when Bill and Chris and I were on the board, we'd see this thing pasted on the side of the wall, this big circle about how we're a community of continuous improvement district. I don't know if you remember that. Here's what the cycle of improvement was going to be. Well, that could be a great thing, but but this is what it's doing. And one of the things I must say is this is one of the proudest things that I feel about bringing the superintendent into this district. When we were trying to figure out who we're going to do, he has really come through for us on implementing these kinds of improvements in how administration is done. The other thing is I wanted to make is for the MSS. This is a great book if you've never read it. I don't know if you know the guy on the cover papers, but this guy in the section on page 12, this is biography. It's a really good one. It's about when Steve Jobs went to school. Of course, where he started was Mauna Loma. And unfortunately, here's what's happened if we don't get it right. This is his transition to Crittenden was wrenching. Of course, he was advanced 1 year. He was a socially awkward loner who found himself with kids a year older. Worse yet, the 6th grade was a different school, Crittenden Middle. It was only the 8 blocks from Mauna Loma, but in many ways it was a world apart, located in a neighborhood filled with ethnic gangs. Quote, fights were a daily occurrence as were shakedowns in bathrooms with the Silicon Valley journalist Michael S. Malone. Quote, knives were regularly brought to school as a show of macho. The bus of a neighboring school was destroyed after its team beat Crittenden in a wrestling match. Jobs was often bullied, and in the middle of 7th grade, he gave his parents an ultimatum, quote, I insist they put me in a different school.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Thank you, Mr. Nelson, for your comments. Thank you. Trustees, any final comments?
Yeah, just want to follow up on the videos that were shown. You know, I would recommend that be adapted in a way or as a brochure that could be distributed to all residents in Mountain View. Include not only those points, but other contributions that the Mountain View Westman School Districts makes to our community in general. And I think we all have good ideas on what those are. And I think about having that, you know, twice a year, at least once a year, right? So the community knows that we are working not only for the children, but for the community as a whole.
Yes, Trustee Blakely.
I just wanted to say I really enjoyed it, and I think it was much more, it was probably a lot of work to put it together, but much more effective at messaging than I remember back when we had the first State of the Schools. I think it was in the Crittenden auditorium, now the Rapella auditorium, but it was, this is much more effective and can be distributed widely. So thank you for pulling that together.
Another thing, it's to you and to you know, Dr. Rudolph, but I think this radio network is wonderful, and even if something will get better in the future, it's good we get the groundwork and we can participate in, you know, helping not only ourselves but technology companies understand how to best use it. And I would encourage us to go out and see if we can get partners. You know, it's a high school district. If it's there's all sorts of communities. Universal internet access is absolutely critical in this day and age. And unfortunately, it's not going to happen doesn't look like it's going to happen from a high governmental level. It's going to happen from grassroots. And yeah, I think we really need to look for partners to do this so we can expand it. And the staff has done a wonderful job of getting this implemented. And it looks like also they're not resting on their laurels. It's just continuous improvement. Okay, you get something going, now let's make it better. So it's wonderful.
Trustee Khan?
Yes, I want to thank everyone who was involved in the presentations tonight. It is, I think, really telling that the strategic plan isn't something that the superintendent by himself holds and kind of shields away from everyone and reports out to the board wonderful things, but instead there's real ownership across the board from all of your leadership team because of the way you lead and the way you bring everyone on board to step up and take a role in this. The strategic plan was largely driven by our community input. It wasn't something that was necessarily dictated from above. And I think that is telling in how, this is spread out over so many different departments and everyone can speak to different pieces because they own those pieces and they work incredibly hard towards them. I also, there's work here to still do. So I'm really excited that we are developing this equity framework and scorecard because I think that is the next level that we need to bring to evaluating our progress in the strategic plan and our progress in student outcomes is looking at how are we serving all of our students and how are we closing gaps in so many different areas to make sure our students who are more vulnerable, who may have fewer resources outside of the school, we're closing those gaps in the district. COVID really set us back hard. It set us back hard. And I know, when we look at our high school district, for example, they were able to maintain, if not actually make progress in closing gaps during COVID. But those were high school students. The online learning was totally different for older children than it is for a second grader. And so we recognize that we still have a lot of work to do to close those gaps, but focusing on things like measuring access to accelerated coursework in middle school is important to drive how we're preparing students in math and increase the diversity within our higher math tracks, for example. And then the last thing I want to do is make a pitch for anyone who's thinking about running for office on a school board. Because here it is, this is the moment where you get to see all of the work you've been working on start to come to fruition. It feels like slow progress, but at the same time, 5 years has gone by incredibly quickly. And I can see, I did push out a real baby, but I can see all of these other babies that everyone else was working on growing up. So we have an equity committee that has created a framework for our district. We have CBRS, which is an incredible resource for our community, and it's still growing. We have a whole new approach to SEL that we never had before, and that's come out of our response to the pandemic and the needs of children. And we also have this focus on sustainability within our schools and a whole new kind of horizon of opportunity around ways to build towards climate resiliency. So I'm thrilled with the work that's gone on. And I want to thank Dr. Rudolph for all of the care that's gone into this and shepherding us through the process a few years ago. I have had trustees from other districts. I don't even know how this got spread around, but I've had people reaching out to me from other districts to say, I saw your strategic plan update. It's amazing. What an incredible thing that your superintendent is doing. And this isn't just one, this is different trustees from multiple districts. This has spread around. So it really is remarkable work. And I'm incredibly proud to be able to support it. And I hope we continue this growth in the future.
Well, Well, wonderful. And Trustee Conley, thank you for wrapping that up with a nice bow. I don't think I could say it any better than you did around just how much I feel like I'm beaming with pride. I think with what's been put forth and the work the collaborative work that's been done. And I know that the thinking is, what's next? And I love that, right? I love that. We've been presented with all of the work, it's sort of all of the work that's kind of happened this year so far. And I can already tell in the presentation that, the planning for what's coming is in the works. So I look forward to that. I'm so thankful to Dr. Rudolph and staff for putting this together and the video together. I really appreciate this update, and it's just a really terrific way to end the school year. So thank you.
Just want to say one thing. Admittedly, I'm a pothole filler. So like, I'm always trying to figure out how to keep the road as smooth as possible. And, that's reflected in some of my comments that come out to staff, like we can do better. We can definitely, we push ourselves, but I push myself just as much as they push themselves. But I just need to say, like, pound for pound, I work with the best leadership team in the nation. I from top to bottom, and I think it's reflected in the work that you see. I wish, like, I may ask the right questions, which probably aren't the right questions, but I may challenge them a little bit. But I can tell you, like, each one of these individuals, from assistant principal to director, all the way up to assistant superintendent, are hands down the best people that I could ever work with. And I think that is the biggest difference that we have. And then I also, I would be remiss to say, like, we were challenged to figure out how to get internet access, and we were challenged by the board to figure out how to green schools. And that also makes a big difference too. It can be unnerving work, right? Because it pushes us to think about stuff that we weren't really thinking about. But I mean, something like CBRS doesn't happen if we weren't pushed, not only in the pandemic, but to think about how can we get access, and then to keep going from there, or teacher housing and green initiatives, like all those things. It's really about, like, I may be at the eye of the storm, but you all are the true, from the leadership team to the board of trustees, are the really ones who are making this happen. I just happen to coordinate everybody's ideas and sort of coalesce it in a particular way. But it doesn't happen without the people who are on here right now who present it, and the people behind them who are doing most of the work. Amazing work that will, I guarantee you, similar to what we saw previously with the strategic plan, will yield even greater results than what we saw the first time around. And so I'm excited about what's coming next because of the work that they do, and they truly do inspire me to push myself to be better. And so I wish I'm grateful that you're dumping accolades on me, but at the end of the day, it's the fact that I'm fortunate to work with a group of individuals who care so much about their craft and the work that they do. So I have to give them the credit.
I mean, I echo what everybody else has said, but I'm also just thinking back of the genesis of this particular strategic plan. And it was so exciting when you first presented it, because each of the goals, there was like a group of leaders that had coalesced around each of the 5 goals and worked on it together. And it's really rewarding today to see that coalition and collaboration continue, and the excitement and the enthusiasm and the passion for it. And I think it's a testament to your leadership and to theirs that this is all coming together so beautifully. And I, like you say, look forward to the future too. It's just great to see the enthusiasm continue, because a lot of times there's a spark and then it wanes. And it's nice that we're keeping it lit.
Okay. Well then, trustees, we still have a full agenda, but I would like for us to take a break. So I'm going to ask for a 10-minute break, please, if that's okay. Thank you. Okay, and we are back. And we are ready to begin item 5 on our agenda, communications. We'll begin with employee organizations. Are there any representatives of employee organizations who would like to address the board at this time? Okay, seeing as there are none, we will move on to the next item, district committees. For communication, are there any representatives of the district committees that would like to address the board at this time? Okay, then we'll move on to updates from our superintendent, Dr. Rudolph.
All right, just a couple of quick updates. So first one is we have our last community check-in of the year tomorrow. So hopefully, I know it's the end of the year and everybody's focused on getting out the door, but we have a couple of good updates. We'll be showing the video that we just had. We also will be talking about the update to the volunteer process. We sent out an email for that, so we want to clarify what that looks like and sort of our approach. We'll be talking a little bit about our summer program that's coming up. Over 600 kids are going to be at Castro Mistral, so we want to highlight that and just sort of talk about that, as well as summer feeding is taking place. So super excited to sort of cover those big items. And then we do have promotion ceremonies next week, which we're excited to sort of highlight as we wrap up the year. So those are the big things. Again, we'll talk about, I'm sure, I don't know if it's going to end of year, if we're going to have as big of a crowd as we've had in other times, but we will be touching base on those items. Just to get people sort of updated. And this information will be coming out over the course of the year too.
Great, wonderful. Okay, then we'll move on to community comments. These are general community comments. This is a time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. Board and the administration welcome this time to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. If you are on Zoom, you may raise your hand if you'd like to make a comment at this time. Okay, when we have one in-person comment, Mr. Nassim, the timer is up. You may begin.
Okay, let me finish this because this actually ties into the next school safety update, because that's part of what the MTSS was about, keeping track of things. Well, anyway, as it goes on, Jobs was bullied. And in the middle of 7th grade, this is at Crittenden, he gave his parents an ultimatum. I insisted they put me in a different school, he recalled. Financially, this was a tough demand. His parents were barely making ends meet, but at this point, it was a little doubt that they would eventually bend to his will. Quote, when they resisted, I told them I would just quit going to school if I had to go back to Crittenden. So they researched where the best schools were locally and blah, blah, blah. So the issue about bullying and keeping track of it in a consistent way, like Power School, is very important. 50 years from now, you don't want to have that written about your schools. 10 years ago, 12 years ago, there was a family that we're close with who has a student who was bullied at BUP school, and they decided not to go to Graham School because the district hadn't done enough about actually tracking that and having written stuff. And even really experienced superintendents. If you remember, the guy that we had for an interim superintendent came from Palo Alto, and he had an enormous lawsuit against him, and a settlement that was very expensive because one of the kids that was bullied, the school didn't track it, and eventually the Office of Civil Rights in the education department intervened, forced a settlement, and it was one of the things that really riled up parents to have this kind of thing happen in their school. So this is one of the good things that's going to come from having good plans. One of the things that's going to come from the next thing you're reading about school safety talks about it a little bit too. the next item on the agenda. And so it's important.
Okay.
My name is Stephen Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Well, next item for review and discussion, we have the first item is school safety and recommendations. Dr. Rudolph.
All right. So I'm going to provide us with an update around school safety. And this is work that we've been doing over the course of probably the last 18 months. So we started this journey actually right after Uvalde, and we've sort of continued it. But if you really want to go back, I mean, we probably would go all the way back to Parkland and those shootings and the safety audits that we did. So this really has been a journey since probably 2017 or 2018, where we start off with, you know, a big community meeting to talk about what safety looks like. And we've instituted some practices that's, you know, talking to students and having, you know, the actual safety drills. We partner with MVPD. Part of the reason why we do that is to make sure that they understand what our campus looks like and understand sort of the nooks and crannies in the event that there's an emergency. So we want them to be familiar with our site. And we're seeing that come up not only in Uvalde, but also in Nashville, just making things a little bit easier. And that's sort of continued on to where we are today. So we actually, as we went through this, we came up with 3 distinct ways that we sort of define safety. You know, so the first one is programs. The second one is physical improvements to the facilities, right? So we sort of say facilities. And then the last one comes to procedures. And we've provided the board with updates over the course of the year, just sort of where we were. The first one being, you know, hey, you charged us with looking at this. We're bringing in a consultant. Here's how we're going to approach it. The second one is we got all this data from the audit. Here's what we found. And the third one was, you know, excuse me, we have this, we have a committee that's working on this and sort of they plan on making recommendations. So we're here to provide you with an update of work. And again, this sort of goes through the process from September, working with Jaffe, again, audit, talking with parents, talking with teachers, actually doing a physical site to sort of see dismissal, drop off, understanding what's in front of us, completing the thought exchange with students, staff, as well as parents, then actually doing, having parents come in and talk with Jaffe to talk about sort of what it looks like, as well as mental health and some other ones. The principals then took the findings for their individual sites, presented those, and talked about, you know, are there any updates or something that we're missing? And then finally, we've had a couple meetings with the Safety Advisory Task Force. One thing I do want to point out, I want to thank our Safety Advisory Task Force for the work that they've done. It's hard work, right? Because everyone wants to personalize safety off of their own experiences, right? And when you're at a school site, you're thinking about what my school site needs. And so it's hard to sort of juxtapose a recommendation on a whole district when your frame of reference is your individual site. And that really, for all of us, was a challenge. I think for staff, it's a little bit easier, but definitely for the parents and staff members that are involved, you know, if you're not, if you're middle school, we had a middle school staff member on there, they're looking at it from one perspective, they're not looking at the elementary. Or if you're at a school that has a fence, you're thinking about access on your particular site, but you're not taking into account, you know, the school that doesn't have a fence, right? So it was really interesting work, but I have to commend them. When we got to the final end, they came up with some strong recommendations based off of what we saw. So here's what we've learned so far. And as I said before, almost a fourth, a little bit over a fourth of our students addressed us. And And some of these things we're already doing, so I want to point that out. So it may not be called out specifically, but even my son talks about the attention of cleanliness in the bathroom at middle schools and the need to address that. And so our maintenance team has already started working on adjusting schedules so that there's more overlap, so that we can get things cleaner. We noticed that when you have a gap, so the morning crew comes in, they're trying to stay on top of stuff, but as soon as lunch hits, that custodian is completely overwhelmed, and then they don't get any help until the end of the day, right? So finding overlap will really help, and then finding other ways to make the custodian's job a little bit easier. Obviously, mental health, we've been rolling out stuff. That's a big component of our strategic plan, but definitely doing that. But we continue to do our cyber training on what cyberbullying looks like and having activities around there. We also are working on bullying and bad behavior was one of their concerns. And internally, we have a couple of district office staff members who are working with principals to sort of codify what, and standardize practices around how we can respond to discipline so that it's a little bit more consistent from site to site. And one of the keys here is that we're actually, next year you will see in the SIPSA, it calls out data for discipline, right? And allows sites to actually plug in what they are doing individually to address the discipline that they're seeing. So, this idea that we need to focus in on discipline, but at the same time, give sites the autonomy to use the program that they want, because some sites use different programs all the time, and it shouldn't go to an approval process of, them coming to me saying, can we do the professional development? It should be a part of just, this is what's in your site plan and this is how it looks. We talked with parents, 430 parents through the Thought Exchange, and it was interesting to see how they focused on it, right? The commute to school was definitely a big thing. We will continue our partnership to contract more safety cross guards. Obviously, after Andre passed, we stepped up and the city stepped up, and the city has continued to expand the program. We have more crossing guards now than what we've ever had. And we'll continue to look and do analysis to see if we need more. But parents are really focused in on commuting to school. Bullying and prevention is definitely one that comes up. And then addressing behaviors and mental health. So those were their concerns. And then staff, again, it's kind of interesting to see what staff focused in on. Supporting staff safety was a big one. Consequences for student behavior, and then again, mental health. So mental health is clearly a thread for everyone. And then we also included the findings as well as the Thought Exchange results. So our Safety Advisory Task Force have representatives from both parents and staff on it. We met 4 different times. And really the last couple of times was trying to get to some conclusions about what we wanted to present. And they prioritize findings for me, and then I'm making recommendations to you, which we'll bring back again. I do have a new one that I want to bring up, and I'll talk about that a little bit later, that wasn't on there before, and that is directly from conversations I had today at my site visit at Montaloma. And I got quite an earful about their concerns, and I'm sure you know what this one's about in terms of fencing. And the number of incidents that they've had specifically at their site that are unique to them because of the way that the access is, which is different than others. So I will be talking about that a little bit later. But what we tried to do is we tried to think about which improvements can be short-term that we can focus on immediately and which ones are long-term. And so in the board packet, we included all the recommendations of things that we need to tackle, but we prioritize for next year the ones that we want to jump in immediately on or that are currently in progress. And then with some of these, we also are going to try to bring back to you the budget. It's hard for the board to say, yes, let's do this, and not understand what the budget implications of them are. And also think about, Department of State architecture, timing, our considerations. So you'll see one of the recommendations, and I think it was a tier 2 one, was, and we talked about this at the last meeting, ladders for school sites that have that are on the second floor. And really, and again, this is a context thing. So when you think about fire safety, you're thinking about, okay, how do I evacuate a building on the second floor? And if you have a second floor, most of us, you have a ladder that you deploy out the window and then everybody climbs down. But that's not necessarily what DSA is going to allow us to have, right? And so it's that type of consideration, but we need to explore how do we get kids out in the event that, there's only 2 access points at Vargas or Castro to get kids off of the floor. So how do we do this in a safe manner? So that's one of those DSA things that we would have to investigate. So our initial list, and we're divided, again, we divided them as we looked at it, they naturally grouped themselves into programs, facilities, and procedures. And we prioritized them via a survey, and then we ranked them as a subsequent meeting. And the recommendations that I'm providing you are a result of that prioritization, with an additional one that I need to bring to the board. And of course, we'll take your feedback today and bring back a final set of recommendations at the next board meeting for you to vote. Or if the board feels like, you need more time to deliberate, we can bring them back in August after, if we find that we can't get the financial and other implication facts for it. It doesn't mean that we're not going to start doing the work. Again, they're addressing the cleanliness, addressing bullying, addressing behaviors. Those are things that are already underway, but I do think it's important for us to at least give you all, so that you understand all the impact of a decision that you're going to make. And then, of course, one of the major considerations that we had to take into place was capacity, right? We have a lot of initiatives that are going on. It was interesting as we were going through the strategic plan, we started realizing there's a lot of stuff that we've been doing that sometimes, because they're coming from different departments, it seems like this department is only doing this, but that department, we need them to join with us and other stuff. And so we are trying to also be mindful of how much capacity we have to sort of initiate things. So here are the recommendations that we have. And again, I'm going to talk about it in terms of programs, facilities, and procedures. So for the biggest ones that we have right now is definitely focusing in on biking and student commute awareness program. So for instance, I was dropping Eli off this morning. I think it's either tomorrow. I think it's tomorrow. They're having a bike rodeo. So we instituted those at all of the school sites, but we need to continue to do more. We have more kids who are biking to school, and we need to make sure that kids understand how to get to and from school safely. And then also continue to work with the city to try and delineate their actual routes that they take place. I think there's some signage that sort of says this is the safest way to get to, Rainstorf or to Stevens Creek Trail, but we should include the school sites also so that kids know. And I'll use a good example of this. For instance, when I was, on a jog and I cut through Sylvan, and there's as you're coming around the turn off of Wissman, there's this little street or this little access point between the Wissman neighborhood and the Sylvan neighborhood. And if you're not unaware of it, you actually will travel another 1.5 miles down to Sylvan Avenue to go down the same road, and you'll end up at the same point at some point, right? But that's a good example of finding a way to delineate for kids what is the safest route for you to go, because they may or may not know, right? So thinking about that. Also, student safety, again, crossing guards, speed bumps. There was a lot of parking lot issues that came up. So making sure our parking lots are safe. And so thinking about what are the lazy policemen, I think is what they call them in England, but or sleepy policemen. But what are ways that we can sort of deal with that, as well as the intersections and increasing that? Again, staff training on restoration and anti-bullying in conjunction with cyber safety and monitoring. So pushing that a little bit more. And then mental health, implement a behavioral threat assessment, which we are actually working with Joffrey to do, so that it's universal, so that when we notice a behavior, we have an assessment that we can use. And that's uniform across all of our sites, as opposed to, we have a couple that are sort of floating in the ether. So making sure that sort of works, and then training staff to look at that. In terms of facilities, again, we have to get better at our job. The LCAP survey, you'll hear about it in there. It's been reflected year over year that we got to get better at cleaning the bathrooms. and reinforces expectations of ownership, and also enhancing school pride so that the kids are buying into this too. Clear signage at gates about visitor rules is interesting, as being a parent and going to other middle schools and looking at their signage. And they do have fences at Cupertino, and they do have fences in Sunnyvale, but their signs are completely different than ours. Ours are in multiple languages, and they tell you the basics of here's the access point. Whereas at the other school sites, they tell you exactly no animals, this, and they highlight the rules. So I think finding the middle ground between those two and making clear that at every single entry point that we have on our fences that is clear, because we do have dogs that show up on campus. Again, I heard about this again today at Montaloma about dogs going into classrooms from time to time or walking. And part of that's just because of the way that some of our classrooms are designed, but we just need to be mindful of that. Emergency equipment, that's one of the ones that Jaffe recommended. This would be one of those DSA requirements in terms of sprinklers. Not every building was built at a different time. The newer buildings have sprinklers, the older buildings don't, right? And so what is it going to cost? So we need to try to cost that out and bring it back to you to see what it looks like. And then, the one thing about home improvement is once you open up a wall, you open up a wall, right? So if we open up a wall and we find out there are more issues, we got to address all of those issues. So we need to be mindful of what the true impact is, because that's a good example of where scope creep can come in. You start off with a good intention of just installing a sprinkler, and you end up having to rewire a whole building as a result. And so luckily we've already done a lot of rewiring. I'm just trying to provide an example of we need to be mindful of this. The front office staff, when they talked, there was a lot of concerns about sort of remote lock systems. The front office staff feel like, and admittedly they're on an island, was part of the reason why we had to redesign my office so that we connected it to the front office in the event. We've had a couple of parents who have come in and been irate, right? And so, having to walk or hoping to hear it or see it on video and then trying to run out there isn't always the greatest. But even some of our front office staff mentioned, if a parent got past me, they have access to the full school. So how do we create that? And we have it here in the district office where there's a locking mechanism, a door that stops you from going past. And so can we look at that? What's the feasibility of it? And again, we're not trying to prevent access, but there's a lot more sensitive data on the back end. And that's not the locking system they're talking about, is really when you cross the bend and you're headed towards the nursing, the staff room and everything else, not the doors that go right back out to the front. So I just want to clarify that. And it's only at our newer sites that are like this. It is not. The older sites were built with bigger offices that make it a little bit harder to get through. And then there was some, as we started talking about gates, a lot of conversation about for those schools that have actual gates as the locks are being installed. What we heard was, is it possible to add motion systems or alarms so that people were alerted in the event that a gate was actually opened up? And so, and what are the procedures that actually go with that? The last one is facilities. So an at-a-glance emergency procedure posted everywhere. A good example of this is, when I first became a principal, we had a checklist of, and granted, we weren't using voice over internet protocol, right? So this is a little bit different. So I just need to point that out, right? But there was in the event that there's a bomb threat, you call back the number and you do the following things to try and tail it. Granted, we have a different system, but having procedures that people can point to and sort of walk them through. We've done a great job of codifying our emergency preparedness book. It is a big binder that has a bunch of tabs that you can look at to sort of guide you through the process, but having an at-a-glance in every single classroom that sort of refreshes the memories is actually a pretty good way of doing it. Share spaces. We have one school site, Montaloma, that has an incident log. but also, it's probably helpful for us to look at it from all school sites, so that we're not making a decision based off of one site, we're looking at it from all. But, what does the incident log look like, and can we standardize that? Earthquake drills, actually, this is one of those things that Jaffe sort of made us aware of, as well as AB 506, which is kind of interesting, is that we're actually supposed to have 3 earthquake drills a year. And there's different tiers of what these earthquake drills look like, but we will be instituting them. You have your big one, and then you're supposed to do 2 other ones along with your fire drills, right? So we want to make sure that we're adhering to it. I think the elementary schools only have to do it twice, and the middle schools have to do it 3 times. And then, guidelines for how we contact MVPD. I think at times, we lean on MVPD to do, especially with males, to come out and sort of provide guidance. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, because our resource officers are actually pretty nice guys, and pretty well liked. And they were just at Castro the other day, and signing kids' shirts. And so they are well liked to have the dog out there and everything. But I think at times, we just because we may be comfortable with them doesn't mean that every parent coming into our district is comfortable with them. And we need to be a little bit more mindful when we call somebody, because I think especially nowadays, there's a lot of unintended consequences, or there's some feelings of what happens when the police are called, and the anxiety automatically jumps to something greater, right? So a parent thinks about immigration, or the parent thinks about, am I going to get arrested? And being a little bit more mindful that not everything requires a hammer. Sometimes you can use a screwdriver. And then again, the gates of passive monitoring of gates via our security cameras. We have a system, but we also, this is one of those ones we need to, while it's been recommended, we don't want people just watching cameras all day long, right? So that sort of defeats the purpose of how it goes. But we need something to make sure that people are alerted in the event, once the locks go in, which they're starting to do now, that we can actively look at what's taking place. And this also will help in the event we had a kid who sort of eloped from Montaloma and ended up down the street, right? And had there been a gate and an alarm system, someone would have been alerted a lot sooner before the kid got to Central Avenue, right? So it's a matter of, you need some type of passive monitoring system in some way to be alerted, but you also don't want to create a system where everybody is looking. So, and then the last recommendation is, and I'm sure that this has been a hot topic ever since we've installed the fences, but I would be remiss without saying that, there is a sizable concern at Montaloma about fencing and about access. And I know that, we are all trying to balance how we continue to allow the community to use our sites and have access to our fields, and for people not to feel like something is being taken away, especially because there's not that much green space in Mountain View, and that the city does rely on the school district heavily for green space. But at the same time, there is a palpable sense of concern at Montaloma in terms of how they feel for their safety, not only for them, but also their kids. And, so I would say that one of the recommendations I would also bring forward from a facility standpoint is that the board really should have another conversation about what you want to do over there, because I think it is creating an issue that we do need to address. And, none of us deserve to come to work fearing for our own safety. And so, I think we're going to, again, as an hour-long conversation with them, we talked about a lot of things, but that was the meat of the conversation. And, most of the staff was there to reflect it. And I know we brought this conversation up. And again, I understand your position, and I don't envy it. I know that several of you have personal ties in that community, but we're going to have to do something over there to address it. It is the only site that is in it. And one other thing I would just simply say is that personally, I think the community is just as tired of the situation as we are, because, in a perfect world, we would have found a way to make it work. But unfortunately, the enemy of good is perfect. And that's sort of where we are right now. I think people are just sort of tired. But there are other ways I think that we can manage and continue to make sure people feel that there's access. And so I would suggest that we explore that. I know it's going to bring up a lot of other sensitive topics and feelings, but it is, and it's not about restricting access. But I will say this, and I've said this a couple of times internally. In no other community have I ever been in 4 states, have I ever heard someone who is 50, 60, 70 years old say that they should have access to on a school campus during the school day while kids are there. And if you think about that if you put it in that context, like, it's not to say that they shouldn't have access after hours, because they should. And it's like, these are community schools. These are campuses that, like, the public I pay for it, you pay for it. Our tax dollars go for these things. They should be open and accessible. But at the same time, while kids are on campus, there has to be some other approach. And in the original recommendations, it was even security guards walking the campus or something else, but something has to happen. Our staff do not feel comfortable. And to be honest, while I was a teacher, I wouldn't have cared. But I think that's also about my stature and size and being 6'3". But that doesn't mean that everybody feels the exact same way that I do in terms of being comfortable walking up to somebody. And I think that's sort of the position that we're at. And it's not just at Montaloma is the most extreme example, but it's happening in other sites too. And you've received reports about, but again, that's one recommendation I'll have to add that came up as of today. So what are our next steps? We're just seeking guidance from you in terms of area of focus. You have the full list, and it's possible. Again, the safety committee, we did our best to try and think about the whole community and the whole district. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we got it right or that we're focusing on the right things. And so we're looking to the board to provide us, are these the right areas to focus on? Are there other things that you think are important, or are there other types of topics that you want to explore? We will try our best to add budget considerations for each item. I think for some of these, it might take us a little bit longer. And so our goal was originally by the 15th, to bring it back to you. But in the event that we can't, we can always bring it back in August if we have to do some more due diligence, which I think on some of these items we do need to. But again, my recommendation, I want to make sure that when I provide you with a recommendation, that you understand the full implication of it, not just the intention. And then between June and July, we will, refine and standardize our communication protocols. We'll continue to work on our emergency scenarios. We'll continue to work on our reporting charts and everything else, and to sort of address it. So, and then finally, in August, we'll continue to do training. And we do have our team here from, we have a couple of members who are on the team, but we also have a representative from JOF in the event that you need to ask them about an outside perspective. Because again, I think it's one thing for you to hear from me, and I think it's another thing to hear from somebody who's from outside of our community. And I know, and I'll just say this, coming from the East Coast, my perspective about schools is completely different because of the way the schools are built, right? Schools are internal things. You walk in, doors close, and then kids come back out. Sometimes the sun's out, sometimes the sun isn't. And every community is a little bit different. In Buffalo, they stayed outside until it got to negative 32 degrees because you can tolerate it. That's where the freezing point, right? So every community approaches is a little bit different. But it is always good to hear a different perspective in the event that you need to. And so that's sort of our approach. And we just turn it over to you to get your guidance about sort of what to do next, and to allow you to sort of, push our thinking a little bit more.
Okay, we'll begin with some clarifying questions. Are there any clarifying questions from the trustees? Yes, yes.
Do you have some questions? Thank you. When we look at traffic and that commute to and from school, I know that the city's Safe Routes to School committee has been, they did walk audits at all of the school sites. I don't know where their standing is on that now, but one thing I don't see on here is working with the city to get not just crossing guards, but like stop signs or street painting or those types of indications at our school sites. I'm thinking of Castro and how Chiquita has kind of become a default artery for Castro, and it was never designed to be. And there's Toft you can't really see.
I think the Safe Routes team, and we have been pushing some of these items, right? So as they come up, I know when there was a development that, and I think you brought it to my attention, there was a development being approved on Toft that would let out, and it would create a safety hazard for kids who were walking to Castro. I don't know if that's the right place to start. That may be more with either the city striping, whatever their striping team is, or with the city planners a little bit more and bringing it to them. Safe Routes is really focused on the programmatic standpoint. We've been partnering with them and talking with them, and I brought it up a couple of times, but they really are, they're probably a vehicle to help us get more signage up, but I don't know if they are the ones who can necessarily do it. And speaking with Artie, one of the things she did bring up is that the city is, as they are renovating streets and sort of addressing, pavement issues, they are trying their best to also add additional striping and stuff. And I think we have to stay on them to sort of keep that process going. I think at times, and I'll just use I think it's Castro Street. It's right in front of Graham, right? The Girl Scouts was integral in getting that bike lane created. And I think we have to leverage that a little bit more and sort of push, but we need to have it in other places too. Again, just because of where I live, Landos is a good example of a safety issue. Cars are flying down the street, coming over the hill at all types of speed, and there's outside of the crossing, the crosswalk, the apartment complex where a lot of our kids live does not have it. So kids have to walk down and then have to come back around. And that's another example of like, there has to be something, but because of the speed of the cars, it presents a different type of danger for kids who are commuting. And so I think these are finding who the right person is within the city, because it doesn't seem to be the Safe Routes team. I don't think they have the decision-making power to make that happen. So my challenge is to figure out who those people are.
Okay, because I've noticed like on the capital improvements plan for the city, which they just approved, and it's a couple of years long, right? Like they approve it in a big chunk. I didn't see anything about it.
Right.
So it may be figuring out how to connect with the traffic planning team. There's a neighborhood process that the city has where a certain number of neighbors, it's like 20%, or it might even be higher than that, within a certain area can come together to ask for a traffic study and traffic improvements, but it takes a whole lot of organizing. It's really challenging. I don't know anyone who's actually completed the entire process. I've seen somebody like shortcut the process where the city's like, oh, okay, well, that's enough. We're going to go ahead and do it. So they're redoing parts of Latham Street, kind of more from Rangsdorf all the way up to Showers. But they're not, but they're not doing it further down. I think somebody's going to get hurt. Somebody's going to get hurt, and we've already had that. We don't want it to happen again.
Whatever you can do. I mean, it often takes somebody getting hurt before they do something. And I am amazed, like there is now a stop sign at Calderon and Mercy. We've been trying to get that there for 20 years. And I hope nobody got hurt. My older son's friend did get hit on a biking home from high school there, and they didn't put it up. They painted, but that was like 10 years ago. But something happened, and whoever has the magic secret sauce.
Somebody has it. I know our Girl Scout troops have gone to the city twice in the last decade about this area as well.
too, that Montaloma has tried stopping the cut through traffic through the neighborhood, a couple of times, and they put down car measures, and threshold is so high for them to do anything. It feels just.
And I do think that this is a, you know, as we think about ways to partner with our community members, you know, this is a good way to work with neighborhood associations to help advocate, right, as a collective force, because obviously we represent the kids, and so do they, but, you know, they're trying to accomplish a goal and we're trying to accomplish a goal. And so, you know, this may be an opportunity where we can find synergy and sort of both of us approach it and address it.
I would suggest maybe each school be proactive and where do the people come?
Sorry.
Makes sense for us, right?
Sorry, trustees, I just want to regroup us. I think we're kind of jumping into some comments and discussion. So I want to make sure we don't have any clarifying questions.
I do have a couple more questions. I'm sorry. As we are updating the signage, which we're talking about doing at multiple entrances, some feedback that I've heard from community members and also from a variety of different city council members is that with the current signage that we have now with the gates, they really don't understand. A lot of people don't understand where the welcoming entrance after hours is for them to come on campus. We know that we have the gates unlocked after hours and we want people to use the space. When we update the signage, can we also include like a, you know, welcome to MVWSD's Castro Park or Castro Field or whatever, you know, at different school sites, can we, if we're doing signage anyways, can we do some wayfinding that is going to invite the community in at the hours that are appropriate? And the other thing that I've heard from community members that I'm curious about is dogs. So the I think unintended consequence of putting up fencing is that it has made dog lovers even happier to use the space because you don't have to worry about your dog running out into traffic. And the city did they made progress towards having like off-leash dog areas at some of the parks, but I don't think any of those overlap with our campuses. And I think in the long run, like we already look at like Landals after hours, we have a lot of dog users who are really enjoying the spaces. Could we formalize some off-leash hours for these fenced fields that might be appropriate and a win-win with the community?
I think, you know, if the board wants to explore that, I think it's possible. We're actually not supposed to have any animals on our campus.
Well, this is after school hours.
Even after, like, when, according to head code and penal code, like, there's not supposed to be any dogs
on the fields
on
ever.
any fields, which is interesting because when you go to other communities, I actually had to take a picture. Like, and I'll just use Cupertino because they have an extensive list of what you cannot do. And they are the first one on there is always pets, animals. I've seen horses should not be on there and stuff like that. You're actually not supposed to have it. We are working with the city to move the dog leash park off of the Eunice Avenue property because there's a liability issue for us. I think, you know, how we explore that after hours and if we can make it work. I think one of the, and there's an old article about this, that the city expanded dog leash, but they only expanded it to a couple spaces. But by expanding it, it actually, at least this is my interpretation, once they expanded, every single parkland became a dog-free zone or unleashed dog zone or leash-free dog zone, which wasn't the city's intent originally. And this is where the school district runs into a problem, right? Because the school's fields are actually listed as parks, and therefore the communities interprets it as like, well, it's a city park, and at the other city parks you're allowed to have you know, your dogs off leash. And so I think whichever way the board wants to go with this one, I
mean,
think we can explore, but I would just say it is from a liability standpoint,
Yeah,
it is an issue, but if you want us to look at carving out spaces, and I mean, it's a dog run, right? And it's a fenced area. And if that's what the majority of the board wants, we could.
may just be a can of worms we don't want to open. I'm sorry I brought it up.
Clarifying questions, and then we'll get on to comments.
Do we need to add these sprinklers to the master facilities plan?
Let us look at what the feasibility, so we need to consult we just finalized these recommendations maybe a week ago. So let us consult with Greystone and look at, Dr. Westover is already thinking about what sites they're at. Again, it's not all of our newer sites have them, but it's what's the feasibility of it. So let us come back to you to see what that happened or what we should do next. What we intend to do as we wrap up phase 1 of the master's facility plan is to come back to the board and say, okay, so originally, before the bond program was actually initiated, the board sat down and prioritized different things. But, here we are now 4 to 5 years later, and that may not be where we need to be now. For instance, there's a roofing issue that 5 years ago, the roof could last, but it could last, 5 to 10 years. And now that comes. So what we would like to do for spring, and we can include sprinklers, is to come back, understand where the board would like to see us to spend the monies that are left over, because most of our initiatives are most of the items are wrapping up. And for you to make a determination and prioritize what you would like to see in phase 2. And then we can make recommendations about, I think we have to address the roofing that's going to be an issue. They're predicting more rain this year because of El Nino after 3 La Ninas. And we've had some significant flooding at both of the sports pavilions. So we'll bring that back in the fall and let the board sort of determine what comes next. And it could be that there's some other projects that you would like to address.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that process. I'm worried about it becoming like a board smorgasbord where everybody is, trying to get their pet project done. And I'd rather have an outside organization kind of facilitate updating the master facilities plan with recommendations for us. Rather than one-offing a whole bunch of things that we just feel like we want. And then the gates with the cameras, we approved a camera policy that said that we would not be filming like non-school public spaces, like we wouldn't be filming the play structures and the fields and stuff. Are we changing that?
No, so we do film. I mean, you have access and you film it. It's not a live feed. We don't film anywhere that would be considered private or that would be, that goes into a private area. So for instance, at Montaloma, you do have access to look at the field, but you don't have access to look past, the whole field and everything else. What they're specifically talking about though, is that there's a camera monitoring the gate. And when the gate opens, there's some type of alert. So all they're trying to say is your systems need to get tied together so that there's some type of alert. It's not to change the monitoring process. It's more of a alerting process in the event that something's occurring.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yes, Trustee Ching.
Thank you. Just one question. Dr. Ralph, could you describe more about the software behind the cameras? As in, I know that when we first discussed this item last year, there was a question about like how sophisticated can the software be to do non-human alerts of the feed and the data that's coming in.
Yep, I'm gonna actually, Dr. Westover has dealt with that a little bit more than I have. So I'm gonna see if I can phone a friend.
Thank you. Sorry, I wasn't able to unmute.
There is technology now that can monitor sounds, because I know Trustee Chang, you had asked about gunshot monitoring, but in actuality, the technology is just not there yet. We would end up with lots of false alerts, is what our consultants have told us.
Okay. I just have a question about the gate locks. I know that there was a supply chain issue and it took a long time to get them in. Are we set with gate locks?
They are currently in process of being installed. So over the summer, those will be installed, as well as the RFD locks for the staff doors. So we're in process of doing all that. We are looking at the company that we were working with stated that, and Dr. West will be more than welcome to chime in on this one too, but the company that we didn't really feel like it was something we wanted to do. So we're looking at, we can internally create the RFID chips ourselves through our tech department and badges and print those off. And so we're working on merging that, but the goal is to have them all installed over the summer.
Okay, we're going to move on to public comment. If you are a member of the public on Zoom and would like to comment on this item, please raise your hand. Okay. And we have one public comment here in the boardroom. We'll get the timer up.
I got it. Thanks. Yeah, as this discussion went by, I realized there were 3 points I had. One, I wonder if the exit gates, that one of the things you can have, if you notice in a lot of buildings, there's places that says this is a fire exit only. And if you go through that place, all of a sudden there'll be lights going off and real loud blazing noises. If the gates had that for exit, and that can be turned, and it's monitored wirelessly from the office, you'll dissuade people from ever going out that gate again when they have that go off on it. So I don't know if that can be added to the gate automatic locking system that we have. That way you don't have to have, things monitored and they can look out from the office or the nearby classrooms that might have this going on. The other thing is Castro. There is the previous intern superintendent. I tried to get him to look at the California Water District. It has a Permanente Creek easement. So the back parking lot of Castro, where Permanente Creek goes underneath Castro, goes out the back parking lot and goes over to California. The California Water District has that easement that used to be open so kids could come to Castro School directly from California Street and not have to go around through Toft in the area that's a real, you know how it is because that's right close to your street. That would mitigate some of the problem there. The last thing is, guess what you can do with bonds? If you go read what you can do with school bonds, one of the things is that says it is permitted for you to, for instance, take the curbs away and move them at the front of your facility and change what parking is so you can put diagonal parking, like is at Bug School. You can also, it means you have to pay for it, but have bumps put in front of landfills where they go over that bridge really quickly. So I think if you go to the city and say, we want to have this mitigation put right adjacent to our property in the street, so it will slow down the traffic there. I think if you're willing to come up, with the money, that the school districts have authority to do that. It's something, it's like you got the money, there's lots you to do, but I think the bond thing allows schools to do that. And the traffic engineers are really good. They try to help us a lot with schools.
Okay, we have two comments over Zoom. Ms. Lee, you have your hand up. You may unmute yourself.
Good evening, trustees and Dr. Rudolph and attendees. I won't take the full 3 minutes. I just wanted to share that while Dr. Rudolph was spending some quality time with my staff this afternoon, I only caught the tail end of the conversation. And I don't know what was discussed prior to me attending, but I did want to add that 2 incidences this school year, one of which Dr. Rudolph mentioned of a student eloping from our campus, as well as another incident where a community member verbally accosted my staff and students during PE. Those 2 rise to the top in my mind because they have had a extreme impact on not only myself, but my staff and my students. And so I just hope that the board hears in community voice, as well as including parents and staff and students and myself, that every single day, from the start of the school day to the end of the school day, and extending beyond those times, we are always on alert, and it's exhausting. It takes away our attention and focus on the learning for our students and ensuring that they can just focus on their learning and attending school feeling safe. It's kind of unfortunately, I hate to say it, it's part of a current culture that is, I don't think, healthy for students. And I do hope that you take to heart what folks have shared regarding the status of Monte Loma without perimeter controls to ensure the safety, or at least to provide a more safe environment for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a second caller. I apologize if I mispronounce your name. Nguyen Liu, you may unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to comment about the traffic, the stop sign. I noticed that Trustee Conley talked about the stop sign at Castro. My kid goes to TK at Theracop, and I remember seeing this traffic study group doing a study around Stevenson and Theracop, and I was surprised that no additional stop sign was added to the Bigorni and San Luis stop. And I would, I just wish that there's a traffic sign there. We do have a cross guard, but like that, going across Bigorni, there's like no stop sign. Is confusing for people. So I feel like, an accident's bound to happen. And also, I actually know a community member who has successfully rallied to have a stop sign added to Franklin and California a few years ago. And what they did is they get community members together and then get signatures at the farmers market, and just getting a lot of signature and submitting it to the city. So just wanted to comment on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Trustees, can I have some comments from trustees about this item? Trustee Blakely.
Well, I was a little bit confused. There were more slides that had the yellow and green stuff that was prioritized by the committees. Are you looking for feedback, whether those are the high priority things? I wasn't entirely clear.
As a board, you're more than welcome to say, like, this needs to move up, that needs to move down. Right now, this is where our preliminary list is.
Okay.
And then based off of the feedback that you have, we'll come back with a finalized list. So you may say, for instance, sprinklers is number 1 on our list, get it done. And that becomes, the charge for us. Or it could be that, you want more information that you need in order to make a decision. And that's fine too. So we're just trying to seek guidance before we finalize the list, that you can easily, as a board, choose to move any item up or down as you see fit.
Thank you. I'm comfortable with the list if those are the priority items. For me, and maybe this is random and I could be convinced for other stuff, but signage, this has been coming up over and over and over again. It's inconsistent, it's confusing. And I like your idea of sort of welcome inclusive signage with different languages that doesn't just say no, 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 but sort of is more, how you use this or when you can use this. Biking, I mean, that's been a perennial topic. So that is something, biking and pedestrian access. And I think we've talked about that a lot, and then mental health and bullying, that's huge. And I think anything we can do to help that, and just create safer ways to be at school and model, appropriate behavior and those kinds of things. So those are probably my top three, but that's not an exclusive list. And in general, I'm comfortable with the list that you proposed.
I'm going to jump in. I think it's similar. I think that that same list resonates with me also. One thing that I'll add is that, something that was a little bit, that's really been on my mind is the LCAP student survey. I feel safe at school down from what was once 93 to 61%, right? And I know this came up last year. Went back and watched the video last year and we talked about, our numbers are down for students feeling safe at school. But what are we going to do about it? And there was talk about, okay, we're going to adjust that at the school sites, and now it's down again. So that it makes me, and I know it's going to come up when we keep talking about the other items. So it just makes me think that, what we're looking at recommendations for programs to me speaks to like a tier 3 intervention. But if we're having that huge drop in our student responses about them, and what does that mean that a student doesn't feel safe at school? Like if we do like a root cause analysis of that, standards for the teaching profession, you create a safe environment for students to learn in the classroom. And there's something about a student walking into the classroom, and what does that mean that they don't feel safe? And I don't think it has to do with sprinklers and earthquakes. And so how do we support our teachers and our students to really see that number improve? Because that is something that concerns me. And I don't see much in our programs that are going to support, what's happening in the classroom every single day and how to support our teachers. That also makes me think about our procedures too, because I think, we have to have solid procedures in place to avoid sort of that escalation in behavior. So I just feel like I have a sense that piece is missing, because I think last time we talked about that, I felt a sense of urgency from a lot of trustees around this issue of bullying and not feeling safe. And I feel like it's a little bit of a missing here, and I would love to see that added somewhere. And one last thing I'll just add is that, I appreciate that schools, do different things, but if we don't see an improvement uniformly across all of our schools, I think we do need to think about, what do we need to do to really have a more positive impact on our student behavior and the support that we give teachers, because I think they do have a lot on their plate, and we need to think about the support we have at school sites. Trustee Chang.
Thank you. Agreed with everything that was said by the Trustee Blakely and President Berman. Regarding the issue of bullying, I know some schools on their student IDs, they have like a hotline there. In addition, some schools, actually a lot of schools now have like the number for the suicide number for if you have a mental health crisis, just for middle school IDs. And then I know at my school we have that, but I know some schools also have a hotline so they can call, or some way so that if they're at home and they have a moment of courage where they heard there's somebody bullying somebody, that they can report something. To just follow up a little bit about the technology for the cameras. I appreciate the comment by Dr. Westover, but my recommendation would be less about a gunshot monitor, but more about the software that we're seeing in a lot of home security cameras, of like things that are providing automated alerts to your staff about intruders. About I forget what it's called. I don't know if it's called hot zoning, where like you set times of like if somebody's in this quadrant at this time, it's not appropriate. I mean, home software is able to tell you if it's a dog or not, and actually some of the consumer software is able to even do alerts. So like if you set a hot zone that like if somebody's in this zone at this time, it sends an alert. And I know it's quite common in Europe, in places like you go behind a convenience store, you're not there. It says, it could be a polite message of this is being monitored or you're not supposed to be here. I think about the vandalism and the fires that have been happening after hours on our school sites. I wonder if, in addition to being monitored by camera, if there was an automated alert saying you are being recorded, you are not supposed to be here, if that would have been enough, to have prevented some of those teenagers to think of, or people who intrude and vandalize, to do something different. Because one of the biggest challenges I see right now with the way of we fence by fencing the fields and our buildings together, it means that for somebody who's trying to get onto our campus after hours, there's almost a sense of safety, right? Because like I'm thinking about like Castro Elementary, like, when you're after hours, nobody's on the field. So if you're in the building, you almost feel like you are like you're trying to intrude versus, so I think that if we can use software to assist, and that could perhaps aid our staff in not feeling like they have to be the ones who are out there. I mean, even during school hours, if we have alert systems on the fields, maybe that could alert, if an adult is on the field at a certain time, it's alerting like you're not, this field is school property only. And maybe that could prevent staff from having to go out to the field and remind somebody, so like, I think maybe the software is not quite there yet, but I see a lot of consumer tools there. So I'd be interested for this district to look into that.
Additional comments? Trustee Lambert.
Okay. So I'm very conflicted about this presentation, as you can all imagine. So first of all, sort of briefly, there's a lot of emphasis here and a lot of our discussions about mental health of our students. What we talk about a lot of is mitigating mental health issues on our campuses with the students directly. But, being able to play outdoors, go to a park, meet friends, do pickup games, hang out is probably, I'm not an expert in this, but I imagine it would go more for improving the mental health of our children than anything else. And it would be proactive in addressing those needs. That's not entirely the school's responsibility, and so segue into the next step here. We have these reports done by security task forces and by the Jaffe Consulting Group, a security expert, and it's not surprising that we come up with more security measures. So it's a bit self-fulfilling. But I think that, to me, reading all of this together, it basically says that having a secure school campus is incompatible with sharing public spaces with the neighborhoods. Ideally, one would just fence off the whole campus, keep it open during hours for the children, and then close it at night. What we're trying to do in a way in our community is to sort of maybe accommodate the neighbors somewhat by having it open only during certain hours, but we put on more security features, we have monitoring systems. It's a big expense for us, not only in terms of money, but in terms of time, in terms of effort, in terms of personnel. It's not an ideal situation. And I think we're put in this position because, 3 years ago, we all sort of learned, right, that the neighborhood or the city, that the residents believed these were school campuses were truly school parks. We're beyond that now, to some extent. In some areas of Mountain View, as we all know, there's plenty of park space, even adjacent to schools. Others, there is absolutely none significant without the school property. And as I'll repeat the number, 2/3 of the walkable park space in Mountain View is school property. I think what this really emphasizes, first of all, is this idea of a joint use agreement is just, it's just insane, to put it bluntly. You know, as we grow, security issue, as the city grows, security issues are going to be more important. And you know, the overhead and what we have to do to try to share the park space, which isn't really much sharing, right? It's only a few hours a day that the community can have access, is a lot of overhead, too much overhead. And unfortunately, from what I see of the city, they are in no position in the near future, maybe even in the long term, to come up with significant park space in Mountain View. It's just literally not going to happen the way I see it. I would also like to commiserate somewhat with Principal Lee and share that I have been pretty much accosted by angry neighbors who are not happy with the situation in Montaloma Park. So I think there's frustration, anxiety, unhappiness from both sides. It's in the long term, I have to agree, it's an unworkable situation the way it is. So, I wish I could have good solutions for all this, but I really don't right now. I think the neighborhoods in North Mountain View to lose their significant park space, what's left of it, will be devastating. I think there's just, really nothing I can say about that. I'm glad Trustee Conley brought up the issue about dogs. It's remarkable. I think 25% of residents own dogs in any city, and the dogs are happy when they go outside, and the dog owners are happy when their dogs are happy. I brought that up at various city meetings as well. Dogs need also not little dog runs because they get upset and angry. They need big spaces like people. So I think the school district and the communities have been put in a really bad situation, and also our children, because they ultimately won't have any place to play after hours. And the numbers, the hours that our kids spend nowadays on cell phones, on computers, playing video games, it's tragic. And that's not the kids' fault. It's not the adults' fault. It's because we as the community do not provide alternatives for them. And part of that alternatives are open spaces and parks and gathering places and rec centers and things like that. Maybe there's alternatives we can create, but we're giving up something, and I don't see us putting anything really in its place that really is going to make the communities better and stronger. So that's what I have to say. I also would, and I'm not. It's not an excuse, and I'm not saying it's justified, but in any community, there's going to be members who are not going to play by the rules. They're sort of free spirits and going to do their own thing. And that's not right, and it puts everybody in jeopardy, but unfortunately, that's the way it is. And these are minor incidents, but seemingly minor. But I guess the point is they could be much worse, and that's really what we're protecting. So those are my thoughts, and yeah, I just think it needs a lot to think about, but we're giving up something. We've already gave up, I think, a lot already by fencing our properties.
Trustee Conley?
Thank you. I think this is a huge list that we're looking at, and it spans so many different areas of kind of the work that we do, so many different buckets, so many different departments, that it's a little overwhelming as one presentation. And so, you know, maybe down the line, we'll be breaking off the pieces a little bit more to focus on them in some ways. But I agree with what President Berman and Trustee Blakely said about mental health and supports around that on campus, and then also how children feel about safety on campus. I think that that is a red flag. I'm not sure what it indicates, right? Is it a reaction to feeling unsafe in the classroom? Is it a reaction to feeling unsafe outside the classroom? Is it social media? Like, I think there's some digging there that we need to do to figure out what's going on. And it may actually be different at different school sites, even though the drop seems to be uniform across the district in the response. It may be that different school sites, it's very different issues that are leading to children indicating that in their responses. I also think when I look at our schools, you know, I see them as community anchors for our families, right? I've always said schools are institutional resource brokers. They are a place where we can connect children and families to all kinds of different resources in our community, because the school site is trusted. Parents trust that their children are safe there during the day, and that they get to know the staff. They trust that it's a place for them as well. And that's something we worked hard on as a district. I think that in the same way, our schools are community anchors for our neighborhoods as well, which we see with the park usage. I live very close to Castro Park, and I actually see people there after hours all the time. I know there was a very windy and cold Sunday afternoon where one of our council members, Councilmember Ramos, went to visit Castro Park, and there was nobody there. But it was a very cold and windy Sunday afternoon. So I'm not really surprised. We didn't go out that day. We stayed home and we stayed inside. But it gets a lot of usage on the weekends. It gets a lot of usage in the evenings. And I don't think we want to take that away from our children and families or from our neighborhoods, which is why we do provide from 4 p.m. on, the campuses are open. On the weekends, they're open both days on the weekends as well, fully open. And, you know, 4 p.m. means maybe 1 hour in the dead of winter before it starts to get dark. But during the last month, my family has been enjoying the park well until 9 p.m. at night because it's just beautiful outside. And over the summer, our campuses are open and used very heavily by the community at a time when children might not be going to school regularly or doing regular activities. So I think there's a lot of value in the hours that are available. And there wasn't, in the grand scheme of things, the preponderance of the usage of the sites was not during the school day. However, I think we all felt our stomachs drop when you brought up Montaloma, and it's going to be really hard to talk about it. And I appreciate Trustee Lambert's comments, because I think that it's a bind. It's a really difficult bind, and I don't think we found a good solution. But that's all I have for now. Thank you.
So I think I just want to encapsulate what I'm hearing and then make just a quick comment. Signage, definitely a big thing. Making sure it's welcoming, focusing on biking seems to be a big thing. Mental health and bullying. we're figuring out how we can make sure that alerts sort of take place. And then I think, one of the things that the state law actually changed is that we now need to have a student representative or a student group, so we have to engage them with the LCAP. And so this may be a great opportunity to sit down with middle schoolers and try to find out what we mean by safety, and try to unpack that a little bit more. I suspect, just because of the numbers of shootings that have taken place, that part of it is about shootings, part of it is about bullying, part of it is about cleanliness, that there was also a drop in again, in the LCAP survey about sort of feeling connected with staff. Right. So I think it's a combination, but we can definitely explore that. And then I sent a message to Dr. Westover. Maybe, and I know we tried this before, but let me pose it again, because we have to do something about Montaloma. And maybe that's the next site that we work on a greening initiative and try to look at what it looks like. Vargas is a really unique site. And I'm going to say this because I live in that community, but I also need to point out, and I've talked with this extensively with Trustee Lambert, Vargas is also different because they just built a park right around the corner. And so, it's the city was able to convince a developer to carve out a significant piece of land. And as a result of carving out a significant piece of land, there is a dog park in that land, and then there's a field, and then there's like a children's equipment area, right? And so part of the community goes over there. There's actually a full court basketball court over there. That's actually how I found it, right? Eli took me over there. But at the same token, Vargas was the only school site that initially started off with fencing. And yet it is used more than any other. It's actually used more than Crittenden is, and by the public. Now, Crittenden it's rented out, but Vargas is used more just by general members of the public. And you can drive by there at any point and see people playing soccer, cricket, basketball. I've seen weightlifting or conditioning out there, right? They have turned that place into their own sort of gym. And maybe the right approach here is to come back with, work on what it looks like to sort of green it and make it accessible. And also at the same time, cordon off and address some of the safety issues. So, because there's I think the false narrative, at least in my take, is that a fence is preventing people from access. And I think we all know that the fence doesn't necessarily prevent people from access. It creates other issues. I'm not trying to argue that, but looking at Vargas, it doesn't prevent everything. But intelligent design of the space actually could address some of the issues. And I think what helps, while the AstroTurf field, or I know it's not called AstroTurf, while the turf field, clearly allows for soccer and other things to take place, which increase this usage. Maybe there's something that we can do over at Montaloma that balances both needs. And so maybe we can accelerate that and put that as another priority and bring back some initial designs that sort of take into account, there is a tot lot that's over there, and I have been at Montaloma, and I have seen preschoolers over there that have access. And there is a sort of need. There's also a need to be safe. And so maybe that's the right approach, in combination with changing our signage to say that it's not parkland, that these are fields, changing the signage to be more welcoming, to say, these are the times and this is the access. And all of that in combination, along with explaining what this looks like, may help to speed up the process and make everybody a little bit more comfortable. And so if we can work with, I know we worked with Carducci before, but if we can work with Carducci in this sense and create other opportunities for kids, maybe that may yield us something that can balance the needs of everything. Because I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, Vargas, it has a fence, but it still is a community hub. It's just a different type of community hub because of the field. And there's another community hub right around the corner. And I do want to be sensitive. We need to be sensitive to the parents, but we also need to be the teachers and staff. We also need to be sensitive to the community that they need to have access to it. And maybe this is really about a design feature that the design of that school, which has been the same for quite some time, or that field, may not serve the community anymore. And unfortunately, that community has lower green space than my community and other communities. I mean, Bub has a park right next to the school. And so maybe if we can take some of this into account and try to figure it out a little bit more and work over the summer and bring some stuff back, we can start to make some progress to address both needs, but also put in some other features that encourage, people to use the sites after hours or to use the pathways in a safe sort of manner. So if you're amenable to that, those would be the two big things I would say that we do. One, talk with students, find out what safety really means and really dive into that at the start of the year. And two, start to work on some possible examples that we can bring back that balance what we're all faced with, which is staff, student safety at Montaloma, at the same time, allowing and encouraging people to use the green space to address these other needs that sort of come. If you're okay with that, that's.
Yes, Trustee Chang.
So I think that's important. So Dr. Rudolph has asked this question to the board about direction from Montaloma, and I think it's important for all the board members to give that guidance because personally, the thought of sending Montaloma back to studies feels like we're repeating a process that we've already spent, what $700,000 on, or possibly more. I feel like we may end up spending $1 million studying this issue. We've already spent over 2 years, 3 years on this. What hasn't happened in those 3 years is for the board to actually vote on this issue. It's never been brought to a board vote in Montaloma, and in a public community, like they elect the board members. I think the next stage for Montaloma really should be the board takes responsibility on this issue. If the community knows the board's taking responsibility, they know they can reach out to their elected officials. They can participate. It is as a democratic process rather than a consulting staff process. I respect the countless hours over the years that our district staff and consulting firms have done, but the idea of throwing this back to them, I'm really reluctant. That said, I do recognize there's really diverse views on here. I very much respect Trustee Lambert saying that the joint use is difficult, but I actually reached a different conclusion. I actually would welcome if the board, I would really articulated this idea that that security and community schools can be done together. And following what Dr. Rudolph said about having a smart design process, right? Like there are many places where while I'm generally opposed to fencing, I recognize that with right signage and right entry points, being in an open space behind a wall can actually feel safe, right? Like Eagle Park is largely walled off except for there's very clear entry points, right? And the challenge here is we don't have clear entry points. We have a design issue, and I don't think it takes a lot of money for us to fix that. I don't think it takes money to put better signs or paint waypoints or actually have I think back to the very start of the Montaloma process when Dr. Westover presented this giant, and it was before we hired all these consulting firms. So they said there was a giant archway. If you guys recall that picture they drew, of like, we'll fence it off, but we will create this archway that will show that this could be a welcoming community, and if this had come back to a board 3 years ago, that perhaps may have been a workable solution of saying, you know what, we'll fence the place, but we will create this design that make it useful. And then we didn't need to spend $700,000. And I really don't want us to go back and spend more. Montaloma was supposed to come back in June. I think it was, there's so many points, and I'm trying to think of there's more than one point where it was supposed to come back to the board, and it's actually never come back to the board. We keep throwing it back into a process loop. So I would welcome it coming back, and I think that Dr. Rudolph is right. There's a design solution, but that we have to be on the same page about that. These security upgrades are not saying that we aren't open to the public. In fact, in many ways, camera and lighting can make our schools safer after hours, but it depends on where we're putting that lighting, depends on where we're putting those cameras. But we have to have that philosophy, because what I do fear is, while it's not in this report, the initial report from Jaffe did initially say that in the first presentation a few months ago, they did present this image that having public access to your schools is a security threat. And I think it would be welcome for the board to openly say it's a challenge, but we accept that challenge, and that the joint use is actually a really valuable thing. And that joint use might mean that in some places, if it's a bigger challenge, like Monte Loma, might mean the city needs to pay for some of those. Maybe some school sites need certain things, and that's not really our obligation to have to provide, but it would be horrific and absolutely unacceptable for us to take away a community's only usable space simply because we couldn't work with the city to figure out who should pay some extra money or design something extra. I think it's a punishment to a neighborhood if we say, oh, we apply a uniform standard to all our community, and all of a sudden that means a neighborhood lost their only large green space. We got to take it from a usability standpoint. If a place like Baba has a neighborhood park next door, it's not an issue, but Monte Loma, they don't. So we should not, this goes back to kind of when we had the mistake of applying that all schools should be the same size and have the same number of cohorts, regardless of safe routes, regardless of I don't want us to look at security the same way. Some communities don't need access or school fields. Some communities desperately need to. So, I just think that it should be coming back to us. I feel like I both welcome what Dr. Rudolph is saying about this approach, but I think that it should involve the board and not go back to another year of consulting. And I welcome knowing when Monte Loma will come back, because it's been a moving target.
It's 9:15.
Yep.
Just saying.
Any other comments? Dr. Rudolph, I agree with you that we need to sort of look at this design feature, and I don't know if that means going down that path again of a consultant, but I think it's, we said that we want to green our schools, and we said that we would, come up with a ranking of how to prioritize them. And so this is something we want to do. It could be a conversation that I'm for having another conversation about it, to sort of figure out what. I don't want to end the conversation tonight. Clearly, this is something that needs to be continued. But it is 9:15, and I want to give it the attention it deserves. And I think you're right about, there could be some design solutions that can be a win-win.
President Berman, I would like to make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30 p.m.
I won't be able to stay that long. I don't think I'll be able to stay awake that long.
We can try for 11 o'clock. We do have a closed session item that's very important.
Yeah.
So
I see.
We can try for 11 o'clock.
I'd be supportive of 11. I'm wondering, these are all public hearings, I think, left, that we can't move something, can we?
No, I don't think so.
But these items will, the bulk of the items were the two that we just did. These will move a lot faster. And I'm sure staff will do their best to move as quickly as possible.
I'm going to amend my motion to 11 p.m.
I would second that motion, and I would also ask that we try to be concise with our comments.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, on a motion made by Trustee Conley, seconded by Trustee Blakely, and approved unanimously, the meeting will be extended until 11.
And just real quick, you can accept the dashboard local indicators into public record. So if you want to cut some time out, that's the one item that you can move forward on.
Okay. Are there more comments from trustees? Okay. And then we will move on. Actually, we're going to take let's take a 3-minute bio break, 3 minutes. We're going to start right back up in 3 minutes. Okay, we're back and we're moving on to California Dashboard Local Indicators, I believe, with Ms. Bauer. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm moving ahead, huh? No. Okay, thank you. Okay. So we're at the item, okay, here we go. LCAP Federal Addendum with Director Chang.
Okay, good evening, trustees. So as with everything we do, we are aligned to the strategic plan, and the federal addendum is aligned to at least these three goal areas. So I'm going to give you an overview of our addendum sections and what it is. So our strategy overall for this document, it's aligned to the district's LCAP and strategic plan and focuses on the following, in addition to other items as well: professional development, targeted support for our designated Title I school, increased and responsive parent engagement, and of course, enhancement of daily instruction, especially to student populations who are most at risk. So this is, in general, how we spend our title funding from the federal government. So our Title I funds, first, in order for us to keep receiving these funds, we have to do yearly internal audits of equity from an educator experience and certification standpoint. And so the Human Resources Department and my department annually look at a comparability report to ensure that our low-income students and minority students aren't being taught at higher rates than other students by ineffective, inexperienced, or misassigned teachers. Just a note for the board, it was brought to my attention that there was a very minor typo that was discovered earlier today, and that will be corrected in the June 15th version of the federal addendum document. It just transposed two numbers. Also, Title I funds go to parent engagement. We talked a lot about that earlier tonight. And of course, we have a school-wide Title I program at Mariano Castro Elementary as our Title I site, and they get additional staffing to support academic achievement. We also use our Title I money to assist our homeless children. So this is our McKinney-Vento families. And so we have a part-time McKinney-Vento liaison, Priscilla Bogdanich. We give them free lunch and Beyond the Bell, as well as now with ELOP, potentially right at school and YMCA enrollment after school, be a priority. And of course, extra school-based SCEF support. With the Title I funds, we also assist with student transitions. For example, our parent university, we have middle school readiness and high school readiness sessions. We have a variety of parent workshops offered at sites with the objective of setting up our rising high schoolers for success. Vertical articulation with MVLA, and of course, our 5th grade orientation and transition field trips to the middle school. Title II funds usually go to supporting our professional growth and development. So that means our instructional coaches and principals are supporting new teachers, the assistance with new hire orientation, the induction process, and direct support for their first 2 years as a teacher. All our teachers have annual professional goals, and of course are supported by our administrators and their coach. We have ongoing site professional development during site staff meetings every week. Our SCEFs and at-risk intervention supervisors also participate in PD to enhance their skills with students and families and as leaders. Of course, last but not least, our principals also have professional development via leadership development groups and book studies, and of course, our bi-monthly leadership team meetings. And the data and ongoing consultation to support the continuous improvement of teachers. We review surveys of that we give to our teachers about their satisfaction in the job, as well as their professional development to assess our program and of course to improve it. Title III funds, this is the English learner money in general. So our PD opportunities for all of our staff on English learner instruction strategies, pedagogy, culturally responsive pedagogy, use of technology, and at times release day, conference, and job embedded in after school formats for all different kinds of professional development around English learners. So we also use the money to purchase supplemental materials and curriculum, such as English 3D for the middle schools. We also buy Imagine Learning and Lexia for our newcomers. These are online programs, and other online resources such as Learning A to Z for all of our elementary school teachers. You guys have heard about SIOP quite a bit from all different angles. That is our integrated ELD strategy. The Title III goes to funding a lot of that PD and a lot of the materials. And of course, just general ELD development for teachers across the district. Our Title IV funds are fairly flexible. It can be used to provide students with a well-rounded education, to improve school conditions for school learning, improve technology, and it's also flexible enough to be transferred to other title funds if needed. And for 23-24, we're going to use it for TechSmart, which is a set of computer science course materials for the middle school electives at 2 middle schools. And our teachers will attend TechSmart's teacher coding bootcamp and participate in their regular PD support meetings with TechSmart staff. So next steps is we're going to continue the implementation of our programs as outlined in this presentation and in the document itself. And then next year, we will prepare the 24-25 federal denim as part of the LCAP process. Thank you very much.
Trustees, any questions? Okay, we'll move on to public comments. If you are on Zoom, please raise your hand if you'd like to comment on this item. Okay, we have one comment here in the boardroom. We're just going to get our timer up. Okay. Yes, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you very much. I'm Mr. Stephen Nelson. This is if in the formal document about a third of the way down, it's the first thing that he talked about. It's Title I, Part A, educator equity. Notice it doesn't say equality, it says equity. About the state board approved definition of inexperienced teacher is, quote, a teacher has 2 or fewer years of teaching experience. The largest school that had inexperienced teachers was Therkoff at 21%, and Castro had 19%. The last year there were complete numbers for teacher experience at Castro, it was 6 years, which was several years less than the district average or, for instance, AMI. The average Castro teacher salaries were about $5,000 yet less per teacher than the teachers at AMI. Now, the county average is 10 years of teaching experience. I'm glad Jeff is working on this and that the feds require strict reporting and, quote, steps taken to address the inequalities. New teachers and the retention is good, but experienced teachers and long average experience is even better, particularly for Castro kids. Thank you.
Any final trustee comments? Okay, looks like we're good. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll move on to the California Dashboard Local Indicators with Ms. Bauer.
Thank you. So I will.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
There was one report or something that Dr. Rudolph had said that we could accept into the record. Which one was that?
The local indicators. That's coming up next.
The one after this.
Yep.
No, that would be this one.
Yeah, this one. That's what I meant.
This one could be. It's not
Next
a
is
public. It's not a public hearing.
Okay.
I read the report. I'm sure it's interesting. I don't know how the rest of you feel.
I also read the report, and I feel like, you know, the comments I had made about behavior I made earlier, so I don't need to repeat them. I'm wondering if the trustees have any other comments about the indicators. Okay. No.
I do
right.
appreciate all the work that has gone into this very much.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, in that case, so we will go on to public comments. Is there anyone wishing to comment on the California Dashboard local indicators? You may raise your hand in Zoom. Okay. Seeing as there are none, any final trustee comments? Okay, thank you, Ms. Bauer. Okay, so now we'll move on to the public hearing. Let me make sure I do this right. At 9:32, the regular board meeting is adjourned momentarily, and the public hearing of this next item is open. The local control accountability plan and annual update.
Okay, so good evening. Here to go through an overview of what's in our LCAP. I've been out busily seeking input from our community groups. We talked earlier how our LCAP this year is aligned to our strategic plan to make sure that our work is focused and targeted. You can see here how we've aligned the 2 3-year cycles of the LCAP to the strategic plan. So we have to develop this plan. We follow requirements from the state. We identify areas of improvement based on the California dashboard and the state priorities. We have the federal addendum that Director Changes reported on, and then we have to approve by July 1. These are our 8 state priorities. Instruction for expelled students, services for foster youth are addressed by our county offices. The other 8 are addressed in our LCAP. So just a timeline, I came in January and shared our timeline. So we are here in June presenting for public hearing. We do gather input from educational partners. The majority of our input we get from our LCAP survey. And we also present to our district advisory committee and our district English learner advisory committee, which we have already done. We also have presented to our SELPA and received feedback on our LCAP. I did share a comprehensive report, at the May 18th meeting on the LCAP and the climate survey. This is just a quick overview, gives you kind of the highlights of our response rates. I do feel like the changes that we made did help increase our response rates for parents to give us a little bit more information. And we'll continue to work to increase those rates in future years. Oops. So based on the survey, these are the new or revised actions that are actually in the LCAP directly based on the information we got from the survey. So our early literacy team that's going to provide instruction in foundational skills to our lowest performing sites. Our newcomer plan where we're hiring newcomer teachers for both our middle schools and our elementary schools. We're working on chronic absenteeism. We're working on student behavior, professional development, and then school cleanliness. One small way is having a custodial supervisor to help monitor. So we have 6 goals in our LCAP now. We had 5 in previous years directly aligned to our strategic plan. And then we had to add goal 6 this year as a requirement from the California Department of Ed to specifically address outcomes at Castro School. The metrics in the LCAP measure our progress. Some are selected by us, some are selected by the state, but they are metrics that we also use to monitor progress for the strategic plan. So this is just an overview of all the metrics that are in goal 1 that we're measuring. You can see there's a combination of survey results and academic information that we're looking to see and check to see if we're moving forward and making progress. Goal 1 is our largest goal. It's our goal that's focused on instruction. It has, I want to say, 22 actions and services relating from coaches, response to instruction, MTSS, co-teaching, and we definitely have pieces, MTSS, equity, that are directly aligned to our strategic plan. Goal 2 metrics really talk about our attendance, our suspensions, our behavior, our social emotional piece, which is aligned to our strategic plan and our second goal area. We have some major actions and services in here, including addressing chronic absenteeism specifically for our homeless students, supporting student behavior, at-risk supervisors, and then working on our student social emotional health zone to grow, and which you're going to hear more about next week. Goal 3 is around family engagement. A lot of our metrics here are based on our LCAP survey, also looking at our parent university events and what is attendance like. And we have seen such a great increase in attendance with the changes that we've made this year. So goal 3, this is where we have our school and community engagement facilitators looking for staff input, parent engagement, parent communication, and our equity advisory committee. Goal 4 is around hiring and retaining staff. So we're looking at retention rates, the percentage of highly qualified teachers, misassignments of teachers, and then survey data from staff, how they are feeling about trust and how our school provides support. And also looking at things like, are they having opportunities to continuously improve and agree that they have a say in decision making. So here we're looking at our partnership with the Santa Cruz Silicon Valley New Teacher Project for our new teachers needing to clear their credential, the Professional Development Committee, and then the work that Chief Victor is doing around employee retention and support. So goal 5 talks about facilities and resources. We are looking here around school cleanliness, the custodial supervisor, technology devices. This is where MVWSD Connect falls. And you heard a lot about our facilities and meals for students and flexible learning in our presentation tonight about the strategic plan. Goal 6 is new, a lot of metrics, all specific to Castro School. This is a baseline year in our LCAP for this goal. So we're looking at both academic and social emotional and different items from our climate survey to measure progress there. I do want to say that we have some major actions and services here that we do specifically to support Castro School. The literacy team, we're estimating about 40% of the time of that team will be spent providing support for Castro. That is our school with the most need. We've added an additional at-risk supervisor, additional community engagement facilitator support. The Wellness Center continues as a partnership with the county office. And then we have added that TK class there to provide more consistent programming. So increased or improved services. We have to describe how services are provided for unduplicated pupils. The percentage we have is 6.96% or $2.7 million. We've identified these 5 areas that we think lead directly to supporting our unduplicated pupils. And that's about a total of $6.2 million. So next steps, respond in writing to comments that I hear tonight. Then we'll present for approval at the next meeting, and then we'll submit to the county. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Trustees, any clarifying questions? Okay, I will turn it over to public comment. If anyone is on Zoom, you may raise your hand to comment on this item. Okay, we have 1 member in the boardroom. We'll put our timer up for 3 minutes. Okay, Mr. Nelson.
Good evening, it's Mr. Nelson again. Yes, goal 1 is metrics, and I love metrics. Decrease by 10% not meeting standard for both ELA and math. That's great, but here's the problem. It doesn't make sense for this to be everyone when the majority number of students are white and Asian. When Hispanics are so few, so far behind them, if you say everybody should be 10% on average, the problem is you can advance whites, you can advance Asians, and you can say, well, we made most of our things, even though that other subcategory Hispanics didn't quite make it. When 3/4 of the Hispanics are not making it in math, not making the standard, why do you make subgroups making the standard that already make 3/4 of them already meet the standards? Why do they also need a 10% boost? Why are you giving the same metrics for those three major subclasses that we have? Why are you making them the same for the average of all of them? And yet the subclass that is doing extremely bad has the same one. Why do you think Goal 5 got forced on you by the state? It's just because of this gap, and it's particularly because of Castro School. ProPublica brought this up in 2017. There was a 3.9-year white minus Hispanic gap. And ProPublica, by the way, is the group that brought up the issue of the Supreme Court justice who was taking vacations from one of his billionaire friends. They dig fairly deep, not as deep as the Stanford group. Goal 2, addressing chronic absenteeism, that's also really centered on Castro. This is a site with the largest problem numbers, not percentages. Well, percentages also, but the number represents kids who are chronically absent, and that's part of the reason they're not making standard. Strategic plan goal number 2, ask risk supervisors. Unfortunately, it only puts 2 at Castro. It needs a lot more than double what, for instance, Stevenson and Amai need. There are 4 or 5 times more chronically added students at Castro than the other elementaries. The resource allocation is not primary proportional to the need, not equitable resources. Equal is not equitable.
Trustees, any comments? I just have a couple of comments. I'm just really glad we're able to focus strategically on Castro, and I hope we can see have some measures of incremental progress to make sure that we're investing our resources and time wisely. I'm also thrilled to see that we're investing in early literacy. It's the direction that more and more school districts are heading in. There's setting a vision or a promise of fluent readers by 3rd grade. I think this is a step in the right direction. I have an issue with our at-risk supervisors and their titles. I think it's deficit language, especially when you think about the students that our at-risk supervisors most commonly work with, and everyone calls them at risk. Perhaps a better name is student support specialist. I just want to mention that. Okay, any other comments? Okay, well, then I think I closed this right at 9:44. The public hearing for this item is closed. We are now reconvening for the regular meeting, and we will take action on this item at the next board meeting, right? So now at 9:44, the regular meeting is adjourned momentarily. Right now we go back to another. Do I have to do that every time? Okay. And the public hearing for this next item is open. Public hearing resolution number 01-060123, education protection account EPA requirements with Dr. Westover.
Trustees, this one will be relatively fast. You can open it and all the information is attached, and then you can close the hearing. Unless you'd like me to walk you through it.
I don't think you need to walk us through it. No. Trustees, are there any questions on this item? No questions? Any public comments on Zoom? Please raise your hand. Okay, we have a public comment here in the boardroom. We'll put our timer up for 3 minutes. Okay, Mr. Nelson.
And I don't even have to look the timer because I was just going to give some information. I noticed now on eddata.org that they now do a complete drill down on what the last budget actually was. So you can look at budget subcategories of things and see what the district actually spent the last time they put things in and it went into the state system. You used to have to go in and get a separate Windows program from the state that you could put on your Windows computer that it would allow you to do this. But now anybody can go to eddata.org, including you guys, and see how subcategories were spent. So it's a lot easier to access than what you have available on the document that you have attached to this thing. Of course, this isn't yet in Ed Data, but if you want to see what it was last year or the year before, it's there.
Okay, trustees, any comments? I'm just checking my screen because I think Trustee Conley might, I'm not sure if she's joining us remotely. Okay, since there are no comments, then at 9:47, the hearing on this item is closed. And now we will reopen then for the next public hearing at 9:47. We will open the public hearing for the 2023-2024 budget adoption.
Okay, give me just a moment. This evening, I also have Nadia Pongo with me presenting. And I'll go fairly quickly, but at the end, if you have any questions, we're happy to go back through things. So of course, we root everything in our strategic plan. We also have a board resolution that states that we have a balanced general fund as long as in the third year out, we're between 17 and 20% reserve level. The board has seen this diagram several times before. This just talks about our budget adoption process. So right now is June 1st for the public hearing, and then we'll bring it back to you on June 15th for adoption. We will continue to monitor what's happening at the state level because there's a few funds that will potentially have an impact on our planning for the out years. And then when those trailer bills come in, we will make adjustments during first interim. So looking at current year estimated actuals.
Good evening, trustees. These are the major changes in second interim. At this point, we're able to capture the actual amounts for property tax and secure property tax, as well as other programs that we are able to capture. For expenditures, we are encumbering 4.9 million for salaries and benefits for math, science, and technology for unrestricted to shoreline restricted resource. And here is the general fund for estimated actuals for programs restricted and unrestricted, with a net increase of 6.8 million, with a projected ending fund balance of 45.6 million and reserve level of 35%. And
so this is a
sorry, this is a summary.
Sorry, Nadia.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Weston.
This is a summary of other funds. Something to point out to the Board of Trustees is that we are paying off approximately $1.2 million of unpaid debt from the City of Mountain View for the Vargas project. Now to go into our budget. This diagram shows the amount that's coming from local funding, and this shows how we are spending the funds. Moving on to the multi-year projections and fund summary. Again, so our multi-year projection is always based on known information and current assumptions, and it's not intended to be a projection for the future.
Here are some of the key assumptions that we used to develop our multi-year projection, including the 4% salary schedule increase on our multi-year contract, as well as some increases for STIRS and PERS. And please note, and CalSTIRS for the third year out is almost at 28%, almost closer to 29%. We anticipate to see significant changes at first interim. As we close the books, we will be able to see how much the carryover will be, especially for the one-time funds for the COVID categories. Then we will be able to include at first interim. Here, I highlighted the items with cost increases, including TK, instructional aids or early literacy program, as well as a 39 FTE increase.
So overall, TK is a new grade level that we're supporting. So we have an estimated cost of $3.6 million for the 23-24 school year. So this estimate includes both personnel cost as well as support costs. And as this is an unfunded mandate because we are a basic aid district.
So here we have the projected budget adoption for unrestricted program and restricted programs combined. We are projecting a net decrease of 4.6 million with a reserve level of 29.2%. So here in year one, we are projecting, as indicated, a net decrease of 4.6 million with an ending fund balance of 40.9 million, 29% reserve levels. In year two, we are projecting a net decrease of 5.8 million with a 23.52%. In year three, we are projecting a net decrease of 7.8 million and a 16.31% reserve level. This multi-year projection includes the 5.6 million for the in education enhancement research or shoreline for all 3 years, as well as a 3% assessed value growth.
We also ran a scenario showing what it would look like if the school district received all revenue from shoreline that would typically pass through to the school district. So this is approximately $13 million. So as the board can see, in the third year out, it would leave us with a reserve level of 24.06%, and we would have no dependence on lease revenue.
Here is the summary of other funds for budget adoption for all the others funds.
So some considerations for the future. The governors may revise will not be fully known until the summer as trailer bills in specific language is created. We are also now starting to see increased enrollment and anticipate that this growth will continue. The age requirement for TK will continue to expand for 1 more year, and we also continue TK to continue to expand as the age limit is reduced. For next steps, we'll be back here on June 15th for the board to adopt the budget. And then in May, and then if there are significant changes, we will have a 45-day budget revision. Any questions?
Trustee questions? Yes, Trustee Lambert.
Yes, if you go back to maybe slide 21, any slide that shows the reserve level, I wondered how reserve level is calculated. I always thought it was like ending, the ending balance, divided by the,
Yes.
roughly the expenditures, but clearly that's wrong.
So this slide does not separate versus restricted or unrestricted, but it takes the whole all the expenditures divided only by the ending balance of unrestricted, only unrestricted balance.
Unrestricted, okay.
Only unrestricted. This chart does not depict the restricted versus unrestricted, but that's how the reserve level is calculated.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustee Conley.
Yes, I just wanted to note for the record that I was present virtually since the bio break. I was not able to unmute myself, but I also didn't have comments at that time.
Any other clarifying? Yes, Trustee Chang.
Thank you. On the note of the question about the city unpaid, the 1.3 million for the Vargas fields, do we have an update on that process? I ask because there's multiple individual city council members say that the city has been willing to pay, say that we won't take it. I'm just trying to understand what the status is for that.
The city did offer to pay, but they immediately want to start renting out fields at Vargas, and so and wanted to create a cost sharing agreement also about it. we need to bring, they actually just sent us the document maybe a month ago. We need to bring it to y'all, but considering everything else that's taking place, it won't be able to come back into the fall. So we've already alerted the city that we need board guidance in terms of yes or no about a cost sharing agreement. And then we also have a concern that by renting out the fields immediately, that it will remove public access and will look unfavorably on the school district. And so we have at least indicated that they need to go through, the Parks and Recs team needs to go through a public process to inform the community about their intent to rent the fields and reduce access.
Was that a subset of the joint use agreement?
It currently, Vargas is not captured in the joint use agreement, which is why they refused to pay the debt. And then when we brought it forward and said this is one of the outstanding obligations that they have, they then quickly sent it over but said that they wanted a cost sharing agreement, and they wanted it included in the joint use agreement. And that also is where we need board direction, because currently we have other issues with the joint use agreement that have came up. But there's just not enough time for the board to substantively weigh in on this particular one. So we just have to wait till the fall.
Thank you for that update. Just one last question not related to that. It's been in Los Altos School District having their first budget meeting for next year, and they've been in their community very openly talking about they in Los Altos, they're facing needs for a 2.8 million cut, and where they're planning on possibly laying off 8 teachers and 17 classified. Just wondering, in our as we're looking for next year, as we're right now looking at our budget for next year, do we anticipate any of that kind of same challenges for us here at MVWSD?
No, we do not.
We're not anticipating any of those challenges. Los Altos has been experiencing decline in enrollment for quite some time, whereas we haven't. Our challenge, though, is that TK is an unfunded mandate and continues to eat into the budget. So if we didn't have that $3.5 million expense, then our budget will look a little bit different. This is where we are a little bit different. Los Altos also depends heavily on residential. I think they're somewhere in the neighborhood of 80%. We are actually 50-50. And so right now, getting the short-term agreement that guarantees at least a minimum of 5.6, which is the current amount, has definitely helped. But as you can see, we're hoping that we can address the final the issue next year, which will sort of shore up the rest of it. The last thing I would say is that unlike Los Altos, Mountain View also has a lot of property that's coming online, which will also impact the assessed value. So even whether or not the 115 town units sell right behind us doesn't change the fact that they will come online to the tax roll and it will continue to increase. So I think we're at a very conservative position. What I would say is that we need to level our spending off until we finalize the next deal for Shoreline. We're probably at our limit in terms of the amount of monies that we have, and we'll definitely need to we'll have to figure out something when it comes to raises next year. But part of this is really about looking at the assessed value and seeing what comes on the roll and what doesn't come on the roll.
Okay, then we'll move on to public comment. If you're a member of the public and we wish to comment on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom. Okay, seeing as there are none, any final trustee comments? Thank you very much for the presentation tonight. And at 10 o'clock p.m., public hearing for this item is closed. And at 10 o'clock p.m., we will open the public hearing for a budget overview for parents.
Yes, I will go over the budget overview for parents for the next fiscal year. This chart depicts the revenue for the district and what it expects to receive. As a community-based district, we get 78.5 million. Out of that, 3% is calculated based on the enrollment of students of high needs. This chart depicts the total expenditures for the school district, and of that, 12 million is attached to plan and actions and services for the LCAP. And this is a comparison of is increased services for students of high needs. And this was 6.4 million was the projected expenditures, and we are in line with it. We are anticipating to spend slightly more than that by the end of this year.
Okay, trustees, any questions? Okay, members of the public, you can raise your hand in Zoom. It looks like we don't have any public comments today. Trustees, any trustee comments? Okay, thank you very much for that presentation. And at 10:02 p.m., the public hearing for this item is closed. Okay, we will move on to closed session. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. If there's anyone on Zoom, please raise your hand if you'd like to comment on this item. We have one comment in person. We'll just put there we go. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. I'm Mr. Nelson. It's often a bad feeling to have to know where someone has some work product that's less than expectations. When your sole direct employee, the superintendent, has an evaluation, this community expects you to also evaluate and honestly discuss those disappointing shortcomings. No one's perfect. A few days ago, I sent you more complete written comments, but here's a mention of the points, mainly concerning strategic plan goals number 1 and 5. 1, academic gaps are continuing and have increased over the last 5 years for the white minus Hispanic and the Asian minus Hispanic state standards. This is in the wrong direction. This is in spite of the LCAP process that the superintendent oversees and personally guides. The gap in English increased by 4%. By math, the gap increased by 12%. 3/4 of Hispanics are now not making the standard in math, according to the last Common Core standard results. And the relative changes to our district, the high school district, it's 10% larger, our gap, than it is in the Mountain View Los Altos district, Hispanic gaps. 1A, the Stevenson desegregation first year was a failure. The SED proportion of the seated K was only 1/12, and the goal proportion was 1/4, which is the district SED average. 2, the public goodwill between the schools and the city is clearly under stress by Rudolph's approach to negotiating joint public sharing of school fields and recreation spaces. 3, Hispanic student support in matriculating with dual language certification into the high schools and for UCS Cal State College admission requirements. You recently heard from a bunch of people on that, and I got a petition from over 100. Rudolph inherited this problem, but in 8 years, no progress has been made at all. 4, poor public engagement with school boundary issues and often other agenda topics. Really bored. Not one public comment on this hot topic issue. You're not advertising what's going on this board very well. 5, legal transparency, illegal opacity. Hiding the roll call vote on a closed session legal settlement should not have passed by Dr. Rudolph. He, as secretary of the board, should know better, much better. And you should also, particularly Trustee Blakely, I had to take you to court to have this done one time before. The negotiations issue is too opaque. Not putting your vote, announcing it is also an issue. Thank you.
At 10:05 p.m., we will adjourn to closed session. Okay, we are back from closed session and there was, let's see, there was no action taken during closed session. Okay, so we will now, we're reconvening the open session. Sorry, I'm a little mixed up here. We're going to move on to item 11, board updates. Updates on the board. Just want to say one thing because it's been sitting with me all night. So earlier today, I talked about the title of our at-risk supervisors. I just want to say I love our at-risk supervisors. This is entirely the title. So they do so much amazing student support. I just want to clarify that. So I'd love to see them be called something that is more, has positive attributes in the language and in their title. So I just want to clarify that. Okay, we're moving on to future board meetings. We have a retreat day of August 5th. Please save that date, August 5th. I would probably say in the morning, right? 9 a.m. 9 a.m.
We'll also, we also will bring back the other board meeting dates. We just finalized the list. And we had to make an adjustment because the last school day is the 31st. And President Berman brought up that we need to have the second to last board meeting on the 30th to make sure that we can do what we did today.
Okay, great. So at 11:01 p.m., we will now adjourn this meeting of the Mount View Westman School Board. Good night.